What's up? We're gonna do something a little different today. I'm going to do the Shadow of the Erd Tree DLC in New Game Plus from scratch because I think I'm on the right track with this character to get the secret 7th ending. I know I've been on about that, but I mean, there's a path that I see through the game after doing a no leveling playthrough. And on this character, who I did on New Game Plus, I actually managed to do the path off stream. No mods or anything, it just was super complicated to explain, so I hadn't. But we essentially have every rune, every remembrance boss, and everybody's quest progressed up to the correct point. So Preceptor Celavis is actually dead. We married Ronnie. We beat Estelle. We went to the cathedral. We hopped in. We got our second Dark Moon Greatsword. But the main point of that was everyone else on that quest is alive. So Blyde we didn't kill. Iggy is still alive and fine. I did this on my previous playthrough. I found a way. I was like reading the comments. We killed Moog, but White Mask Vare is right there. Finger Reader Crone. Blackguard is still alive, though we set Dung Eater free. You just don't buy his prawns. Then you defeat the Dung Eater. Then the Dung Eater, like the Crucible combat, he respects you for defeating him, so he says you are the new lord. Which is why the rune he gives you is a circle of Crucible horns. So, again, you have to understand the lore. We defeated Renala. Everyone, like I said, everyone's still alive. We did Nefeli's quest with Kenneth Height. Bach is alive and properly in Lindell. Raya is alive. She just left. We didn't tell her the truth, but she likes us. We're friends to her because we got her the medallion back and she wrote us an invitation. Then we showed up and then killed Rykard and everybody left. So she's gone, but she doesn't know the truth of her existence, but she is okay with living. Like, she's still our friend, right? So the heir of Volcano Manor is alive, well, and our friend. Alexander's still alive, but we haven't gone to Farum Azula yet. We did Hyeda's quest, but she's still alive because we didn't do the Frenzied Flame ending yet. So there's like a weird quest order that I did on my level 1 playthrough because you're kind of forced into that, and you end up saving everybody. Everybody is alive. But when you get to the the Halig Tree, or the Consecrated Snowfield, you have a fork in the road to go to Melania, and then when you fight her and she blossoms, she becomes the goddess of Scarlet Rot, right? And Gowry says that she's supposed to bloom into the goddess after a betrayal. We actually, on the other fork, instead of going to Melania, we went to Moog from the teleporter there. Did all of the dynasty, beat Moog. I've been doing a lot of this off stream, by the way. And we just entered the DLC. So I thought, well, I did a bunch of stuff off stream on this character. I might as well start the DLC from scratch. This will be like a training playthrough for my level 1 character as well, because I'm going to go through it on them. But I think I have a lore reason why you have to do this before Millennia. As well as a game design. We didn't glitch the game. We didn't break the game. We didn't do any sequence breaks. We did everything legitimately. There were no glitches. I should also mention that. Everyone's alive and well because we just chose the right order of quests. So, as you can hear with that, right, it's in the order that you do it. If you do a level 1 playthrough, then if you're trying to form a proper, perfect order, the game is telling you to do everything in the right order. So if you don't do Millennia and you do Moog, you actually unlock the DLC, which is where we are, right? And you can beat all of the DLC and get to Mikola, supposedly. And if you defeat the end boss, actually, if you defeat the end boss, about halfway through the DLC, Mikola abandons the rune. So that is, we don't even need to beat the DLC. About halfway through the DLC, he betrays Millennia. So I'm wondering if we beat the DLC, then go to Millennia. Is that the proper order? Because the game allows you to do that, and it also tells a different story. Instead of why is Millennia sitting here sad, it tells the story of Mikola tried to become a god and he left his twin sister sitting in a tree to rot. She's the goddess of rot. Which makes him the bad guy. If you do it in this order, it makes you the good guy. If you killed Millennia, well, he has an excuse to fight you on sight, whatever, right? You are the bad guy to him. It doesn't matter. But if it's reversed and you killed him first, when he tries to do what he does, then it explains why Gowry says she flowers during a betrayal. Mikola left and died and did his whole thing and betrayed Millennia. Never brought her with him. So then you go and fight Millennia. That changes the story to match the prophecy of the Scarlet Rot. So, this is me taking my vengeance on the DLC. This is a lore victory lap, and now in New Game Plus, these guys are going to be a little harder. I'm also, yes, I have 5 million runes. I'm kind of walked through the game and killed every boss on my first try. The training arc of the level 1 playthrough really did a number on me. I'm a different fucking entity now. It's not that I know how to play these games. I know Elden Ring inside and out, which is scarier. It's like, oh, I get it now. Like, I see through the Matrix. Now, this is the prophecy in the game, and if the prophecies are always true, right? The prophecy of the Erd Tree burning is true. Blasphemous to the Golden Order, but you make it true no matter what. Frenzied Flame or Melina, the tree has to burn for you to get in. So, if this also lends into the prophecy, you become the game's true Elden Lord. Story-wise. If you do it this order. I'm dead. Ooh, never mind. But there's a specific order of quests we had to do it in. It took about 200 hours to learn, so I'm not gonna pretend like... And also reading every fucking wiki comment that you possibly could imagine was there. Someone's like, I actually did this, that, and the other thing, and the character stayed alive. I'm like, what? That changes the whole context of this fucking story. Again, it's like... that one character, Siegmeyer or Siegward, whichever one's your favorite. He has multiple endings to his quest. One of them gives you a really good item, the best item, but he dies. One of them gives you a kind of shitty item, but he gets to live. Do you want the NPC to live and you're a good person? Or do you want the Titanite slab early, because there's like 10 of them, right? Do you want to kill him early to make the game easier? Borrowed power. Again, it feeds into the leveling up is not what you're supposed to do. I jokingly let Siegmeyer live. I was like, whatever, we'll just let him live. I already have my weapon upgraded. I don't need the slab. And then it ended up going like, oh, it ties the sword together. Yeah, are you a good person, is what the game is trying to ask. So Jarman back there near the Grace has noticed something missing. Mesmer is there, but no demi-humans to ambush you. Anyway. I can see the story. It all makes sense now. Maybe I don't even need to level up with the fragments. That was a cool fight. Secret tunnel with an important lore item. Church of America, Blessings of America have washed downstream. Just break all their shit. Fuck your camp. That's like a slow death. You roll into someone's camp, just break all their shit. And run away. That's fucking evil. Holy crap. I didn't even need to kill him. Now they can just walk back to the city. Decolonize this corner of the map. It's like walking up to somebody and kicking dirt into their campfire, bro. That's fucking crazy. Just putting that shit out. That's essentially your whole plan here. Roll up and stop what Marika did and what Mikola. But the thing is, Mikola doesn't even fucking do anything. Mikola, again, borrows all of your glory. So it's like you're the prophetic lord, right? It's like every person that dies that needs to die is someone you killed, not Mikola. And I actually think Riker having the horse Bell and working with Ronnie, and then Mikola having the horse Torrent in the pictures kind of ties my theory. Also, you get the Black Knight Assassin gear, the Black Knife Assassin gear, underneath the entrance to the Hallig Tree. Again, so I was like, oh, so the Black Knife Assassins do come from here. They're not just sealed away here. They are protecting it, the entrance. So Mikola helped kill Godwin. He never wanted to revive him in the first place. That's why the Black Knife Assassins are there. That's why he gives Ronnie the Torrent ring to give the next Lord, because he's gonna die. And he's like, well, if someone stronger comes to replace Radon, I guess I'll replace them, which I'm sure was his plan. Oh, wait. There's more. Can this work on him, or do I have to throw it in the top? Oh, you probably jump attack him, huh? Heavy attack, maybe? You just don't want it to step on you. You can jump over the flame, but you can't jump over the fucking foot coming down on your head. That's not a, not a thing that's gonna happen. You just gotta knock him over. Damn, I jumped a little too early. What? Okay, ow. Maybe you gotta do it like a couple of times because he's so big, but... I know if you throw one of these furnaces in the top, you blow them up immediately. Let's just reset combat. And go around him. Fuck that. You should go the right way. You need the furnace ones though. The heavy furnace pot. I don't want to accidentally throw one of those, so... Good guidance. By the land. Why does it feel easier on New Game Plus? Dare I say? Does it get harder later? I'm not even scaled up. I'm killing anything. Is it just because I'm so used to being training weight style?
Another, treading the heels of Miquella. Then, as that woman would surely say, we are in our purposes well aligned. But understand, your kind are not forgiven. The Earth Tree is my people's enemy. By Marika long betrayed, set aflame. I believe Miquella's apology.
Oh, so she betrayed the Horn Scent originally, like I thought.
Never will I see your kind as worthy.
Really?
And yet my oath I cannot overlook. If Miquella it is whom you would seek, then comrade, allow me to give you this. These are the sites of the crosses I found. I urge you, follow after Miquella. As long as you...
Oh, he gives you a fucking map. I'm dumb.
no enemy to me.
Well, if I didn't already have all of the crosses on my map, New Game Plus is nice.
I urge you,
I think easier New Game Plus, I swear to God.
as long as you abide by his footfall,
You set yourself up for success.
enemy to me.
You got this. Give Scorpion Stew. What the fuck? I still have this?
This,
I don't even know.
me in need of alms. But this dish, she's fair of the tower. And I remember fondly this skin-clad scent. Brings back memories I'd all but forgot. This, by my troth, is but a dismal copy. Indeed, I think it rather plain to see. Things once broken can never be the same.
That's why the map doesn't fit entirely together.
Take this
I'm like, it doesn't quite piece together, but it fits right here kind of well.
I urge you, follow after Mikhail.
Okay, those are gonna help with the furnaces. That's New Game Plus, easy peasy.
You're that tarnished. Guided, I am Freya. In battle,
Sorry, I'm reading.
sure I'll hold my own.
I'm reading the back end and letting her say the front end, and then when we meet, I just skip. It's a curse of mine. I learned how to read dialogue in video games when I was young. And then my brain just stuck with it. I don't know anyone else who reads it like that, but people are always like, stop skipping it halfway. I'm like, I already read the last half. She said the first half, so I know what it says, right? She said it out loud, my ears picked it up, and then I just read the back half already, so we skipped it. No confusion. I don't know why my brain does that. I will admit, it is probably super annoying. Fast as fuck. I mean, people just skip through it all. I'll give you a second to pause and read if you want.
Do you speak to our dour little friend? If you find more of them dotted about these lands.
That one was my bad. I just hit next after she said friend. So because of my little pause, we skipped a whole line there.
If you've yet to do so, be sure to have our dour little friend, assuming you intend to trace kind Michela's path.
I urge you, as long as
Yep. Carved words coalesce. I abandon here the first of the flesh of my body. It's like it's such a noble cause, and then you get to the end, and it's like a mandatory fight with all of his knights. I'm like, what? Ah, you had to make the worst boss fight mandatory because of him to confirm that he's evil. God damn it. I like that if you have the piece of this map, it's like storytelling, right? If you have the map and you're looking at it from above as a whole, you wouldn't know where to go, right? Except up the roads. But when you follow the crosses, Miquella guides you down an ancient path to the tower that he's at the top of. Because that's the tower at the end of the DLC. So good. Technically, they're also at the bottom of the map if you find the secret, but I don't know if I'll spoil that until we get there. We're gonna fucking blast the DLC, so. Carved words coalesce. I abandon here a part of the flesh of my body. What's up, Onsbach? Truth Seeker, fellow Blood Knight.
formerly in service to Lord Moog, but now
Technically still.
soul guided by kindly Miquella. I'm hardly the steady hand I once was. My fighting days are far.
It's okay, I have the technique.
I have chosen to dedicate myself to investigation, to discern tender Miquella's ultimate purpose. I'd rather not volunteer service to a new master unless I know that I can be of use. May 6 crosses identical to this one have been discovered in these lands.
Let's count how many there are.
Miquella's footprints, or gravestones, which mark what he's left behind. If you discover any more crosses, be certain to tell me. I presume you, too, are keen to know just what kind Miquella is doing here.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. I think those other ones come later, though.
Together,
They shouldn't be on the map yet.
together, for Miquella the Kind, many things we have.
I'll take your whole fucking stock, sir. I don't know what any of this shit is, but give it to me. Maybe need to kill people with it later.
I like finding things for you, Lady Leda, her allies, and the forager brute. Things bring joy to all. I like for you.
Okay.
Goodbye. Many. I for you. Things bring.
Okay. Let's go see if we can kill the tower's lion, right? Again. More lore. And now I understand. I was kind of wrong. I was kind of wrong, is what I'll say. I was still right that it's Radagon, Corruption, the Scorpion Dagger, but the DLC and this tower is what I needed, right? So, we'll just do a quick speed run. Melania, Scarlet Rot, Radagon's kid. Secret Tower. Here. Right? This is the secret tower in the Shadow Realm. It's got scorpions on it. Right? So the Horn-Sent Crucible Giant Society with normal people and dragons. Right? Because America waged a war on giants. But they're not around. They're the furnaces walking about. Anyway. Giants. Let's get the weapon to prove. Crucible, Scorpion. The fuck is it? There it is. A ceremonial tool used by heretics crafted from the relic of a sealed outer god. Where do you find that? Underneath Radagon's old home in Raya Lucaria, the Grand Cloister, ancient society of Ul and Uld with giants, right? Uld Palace, right? Above ground society of day, underground society of night. We know that because it's still the same. There's Nox banished underground, different from Lindell, top society. There's the lions, and then there are the dogs, right? The wolves, the beastmen, the demi-humans, Blide, and Malekith, right? Albinorix, all of them share a tie over there, and then the sun over here with fire giants and the fell flame, right? So the scorpion is tied to this Crucible Society, right? The spiral. And now I understand. It was still Estelle that caused all that stuff. But it's just the scorpion tail now makes sense of a sealed outer god, right? They sealed these people away in the Shadow Realm. Honestly, understandable. America, maybe not that bad of a person. Now that I have to fight this thing, maybe America was right, stealing that shit away in the fucking Shadow Realm. If Radagon is the heir of fire giants and the fell flame and the sun and the scorpion and the lion, right? There is a lion at the top of this tower, a divine dancing lion. So the scorpions and the lions are tied together with the sun. That's all Radagon shit, right? That dagger underneath his home in Raya Lucaria now makes a lot more sense. It was sealed from this society. You thought, huh? I remembered you from the jump scare last night. You fucking scorpion bastard. And also, I believe this is where the game wants you to go, and you should go the linear path. to get this ending, so even though this isn't required, I think it's trying to show you what I'm telling you, right? Just there's a scorpion tied to a lion, tied to this vanished Shadow Realm society, which is also the Crucible, and this tower is Melania's Scarlet Rot, right? So if I said the map is over here, you can draw a line from this Scarlet Rot temple, right? There's a road here. See how that lines up right there? Nicola and the Scorpion River Catacombs. Happen to be in the same direction. Can't see it from this, but we got it. There is a tower without a land, connected to Scarlet Rot. The Scorpion of Scarlet Rot under Rhea Lucaria. Radagon, Hellflame, again, it's all tied. This is a tower for scorpions and lions. It might take a while to get there. Actually, not if I don't get one shot. Damn, that killed like 5 of my characters. My level 1 characters. They're all dead. Like, that's like, they killed me 5 times over. First you gotta break their ankles. Then you loot the place. They're gonna come and meet me right about halfway down. Fancy meeting you here. You get the storeroom key. You hit a left here. Get to this elevator. Shield up in case anything is chasing you close behind. I'll explain why you do that actually real quick. If you put your shield up right here, they're going to try and run attack so that they end right about here. Right? Because of the AI. So they won't wind up on the elevator if you step to the edge of it and put your shield up, because your hitbox is like way off of it, right? Even though I'm going up, my hitbox is at the shield, so they're going to try to hit you there. Safe. You can still do that with this. Not as safe, but you can. Alright. So instead of warping back or taking the shortcut, what we should do I'm so glad that's not a one-shot. If I one-shot him, I would have been kind of sad. Just take the actual path. Line it up so you cleave both of them. Ah, it barely missed. Just run. Forehead. I want to explain why we ran it. Because it loops back on itself and gives you a new path when you get the key. That's how the whole game is designed. So of course the symbolism of, you know, looping back. Beautiful. The Elden Ring, the loop that keeps looping on itself. So it's an endless cycle. Nope.
How do these old bones fascinate thee yet?
Well, who are you?
Were by thy kind set aflame, our tower by thy kind veiled in shadow. Thou camest, robbing us of all, spoiling all. Have ye not basked in these deeds long enough? Listen, progeny of the wanton's trumpet. For thy sins thou shalt have thy recompense. The sacred beast shall unleash its ire. Till then, with this old hag, do what thou wilt, for all the good it'll do thee.
Oh, my phone went to sleep and I thought the stream ended. I was so scared for a second. I was like, bro, we did so much of the DLC. We're good though.
Issue of the Rotten's trumpet.
So she's saying exactly what I've been saying.
Ours, since times of old.
So the Hornsent were here first, and then Marika betrayed them and took the land and banished these people to the shadows. Thank that guy for waiting patiently and allowing me to explain the lore. So the land of purity, the sun, and death and corruption washed away. And then because it's a cycle, and it is the actual land, they can't deny it, both sides would have a volcano and magma, especially if they just started conducting the Baal-like ritual of eating dragon hearts and becoming magma worms, right? Baal is a giant man-looking dragon compared to the rest of the dragons. So I assume he is a giant. I'm just gonna say I'm assuming. He's a giant that ate the heart of Baal, because Baal's power, when you go to commune with Baal, tells you... Do I even have that shit right now on me? No, I have to actually go to the Church of Dragon Communion. Well, we'll go there next, after this boss. So, Scorpion Tower of the Sun, Spirals, Crucible, this guy, Crucible Knight, right? Like, not how you would expect a normal Crucible Knight, but he uses Crucible symbols and powers. That was a little closer than I'd like it to be, but hey, that's why we're not leveling up right now. Back to 5 million though. The Spiral Society. See, lions with horns, Crucible Tree. So if the Tarnished are from Marika, who stripped the gold right? From the lion at the very beginning of the DLC trailer. And it explains why they're hunting them. Yeah, nice spear. Too bad it's a very far-ranged weapon, sir. What happens when you fight a swordman that's got the range? Seems like swordmen win, huh? Oh, no. Oh my god, I can't believe that just happened. I rolled and still got hit by the flame during my invincibility, but I'm not even gonna start with that shit. I called my shot too early. I mean, it was a glitch that killed me. Normally when I've rolled through every single attack so far. Now we'll take the shortcut out of shame. But also it's like 5 million rooms on the ground. That sucks. Also, the camera angle. There's so many things that unaligned there that fucked me. That's sad. Not this way actually. I should warp. Here. Drink an invincibility and just jog it. I swear I didn't do it on purpose. It always aligns like that. Like it's like a bit that continuously happening. But I swear it was just I'm bad. No shot. I picked up the million rune. I just got greedy. I'm noticing that in the PvP for Elden Ring, it's actually not PvP. Never mind. Player can't do that, is what I was gonna say. If you hit someone, they can't just jump out of your attack. And it's not possible for players. So that's kind of what's fucking me over there. They make him look like a player model and fight like all of the other base game enemies, but it's like the Dragon Warrior from last night, where I hit him, and then instead of being able to follow up, it's like, just kidding, I get to stab you now. And it's like, well, it's just not as balanced for a level 1. That's why I'm coming through here as a fucking level 200, because these guys didn't balance this game. And I know Miyazaki leaves projects for the next ones. Like Armored Core was already in development, right? They were releasing that shit. So it's like he was definitely working on Armored Core at the time, unfortunately. I finally poised through something, are you serious? You gotta cheese him. I know a lot of people don't like that guy. My friend... remember my friend, if you think I was complaining about him, holy shit. When we entered Mesmer's like keep and we weren't even there yet on our first playthrough, and then that guy invades you, my friend was, we were playing together and it was during stream. He was complaining so much about. I understood though. He was like, dude, why is someone able to fucking invade you with the end game boss's weapon before you even face him and show it? Like he was like, I was like, damn. Actually, you know what though? He's kind of right. But god damn, he was way more angry than I was. As angry as I was getting, I'm like, yeah, no. There was like a level of hatred there. Okay, wait. We need to find one cross here. So more scorpions just before the lion. Okay, I guess the rolling doesn't matter. Big fly person. So there are giant flies. Noted. I think this is the same. Before I make an assumption. Do I have Vari's mask? Damn. Oh, I do. Nope, that's teal, yeah. Teal. Shit. Alright. Pretty sure I'm gonna speculate heavy here because I'm not even sure that there's an item that confirms this or says this. I'm pretty sure that these flymen are the nurses that tended to the sick. Like that is, we get like a talisman or something that says that actually. A talisman depicting a soul taken by sickness. When certain ailments are triggered, this talisman grants resistance to the same ailment. When the weak were infected with the dreaded fly sickness, they perished well before the metamorphosis could take hold. Oddly, those who cared for the infected and made certain they were given a proper burial were never afflicted themselves. So they're from the same society as Vare, the White Mask. That's why they have the white masks. Okay, what is the lore for this? What the fuck is the dried bouquet? The assassins of Ravenmount are killers by trade. They assail their victims while dressed as birds of prey. That's cool. It was a bouquet? Oh, I just saw it. Whatever, it's right here. A quaint bouquet of dried flowers offered to a small grave raises attack power when a spirit you have summoned dies. The sorrow that flows from the untimely demise of a loved one is a tenderness shared by all, regardless of birthplace. Damn. Okay. Well, thanks for confirming that you're poison enemies lore-wise, but that was rude. Alright, we're pretty much at the final, or not the final boss. Actually, yeah, we are pretty much at the final boss. Because after the boss we're about to kill is the entrance to the final boss. You just can't enter it yet. Like a true Elden Ring. Like a true Dark Souls game. True Souls-like. There's a scorpion right at the bottom of this tower. And then here at the top, they worship... Oof. What else but a lion? A horned lion. Whoa. I fucked myself up with the timing there. I thought it interrupted my blood slash, but it didn't. Didn't I just get a grace? Shouldn't I just do this? Behind this door right here is a boss, and then right after that boss is the entrance to the final boss. Right there. To the right. Okay, we're not skipping the cutscene because lore. Hopefully.
Horn-decked beast from higher sphere delivered.
There's a higher ring.
Root inside the tower sculpted keepers. And perched within, we beg of thee, rise.
She's saying possess this and then attack, right? So there is a divine beast, a divine lion from higher sphere delivered, like Fair Missoula. So on your first playthrough, they're just seeking vengeance right now, but it's like on your first playthrough, if you've killed Melania and are the bad guy, the context of this is you are the bad guy, right? You're just another tarnished here to kill everyone. But now it's they don't know that you're the good guy, so you kill the guardian, but you allow them to live, right? You just prove to them that you're the strongest, and then you go on with the rest of the DLC. So let's see what happens if you kill this. If we kill this. So that also explains why this thing can use the higher sphere delivered, right? If it's a divine beast, and the Elden Ring is the higher sphere, the crucible, the original higher sphere, then this thing would be able to use all forms of magic. Right? Lightning, frost, death. Oh. No. And then this also ties the society together, right? If it can use frost and death and the solar and lunar powers, right? Then this is a holistic society of unity, right? All powers. Just for the transition's sake. Let him do it. And with that, my friends, I've proven myself correct. Yet again. Now we are the dancer. Huh, what's the significance of dance again? I could have swore there was a character who dances. You dance, we dance, she dances. Something about that. I don't remember. I wanted to put the head on. Where the fuck is it? So for those wondering why this boss was so hard for them, this is a dead end right here. I have to go do the whole DLC and fight Mesmer. That's not happening. So now giants above, right? In the mid ground where we just were, there were normal sized people doors, and now there are huge doors and larger pillars. The demigods are the giants. What the fuck? There's actually a walkway there. How did I miss that? And if this was along Mesmer's path to singe the tower, burn it away, then the heads of all of the people up to here would be cut off, but it again would be redundant to cut off all of the ones throughout the Shadowlands that got banished. Because after you took the tower, everything else got sealed away. Oh, tower of ours, hidden in shadow, oh, lofty spiral. Well, hold on. Go back. You're talking fast. Oh, lofty spiral piercing the heavens. Lead him safely unto greater godhood, and in divinity grant our salvation. So, it's like a double entendre, right? Or triple. They could be one, talking about the original god that they have witnessed, because they know that this tower creates divinity. And they're saying he, right? So it's not Marika. Again, showing Marika is not a god and the whole thing is a lie. The spirit would know. And say the spirit doesn't know you're there, right? But is praying about Mikola, right? So then it is like it happens in the DLC, right? Please allow them to become a god. Someone at the end of the DLC does transcend. Or they're talking about you because you are standing in front of them. So again, it's like it has multiple meanings. That tower is the thing that creates gods, the one enshrouded in shadow above us, right? So if this person is saying, allow them to become a god, there's only two people really that it could be referring to if it's not you. The person who does in the DLC, or the person who had become a god before. Who I think it's Radagon. Tower of Shadow message. Sealed and obscured by shadow, so we need a light. Some sort of flame. A message left by Needle Knight Lita, addressed to kindred spirits who also pursue Mikola's trail. The gate of divinity lies in the tower sealed by shadow. That is surely where kind Mikola is headed. We are no Empyreans, which is wrong, we all are. But we must locate the path that will lead us there. I will follow the crosses east. We found the first cross. Back to Sir Ansbach, who asked us to find them, right? Hornsent gave us a map to find them. Ansbach said, hey, come to me after you find them. There's one in there. Oh, yeah, what about more?
You must mean some more. Some more is a kind and stalwart ally. He provisions our little outfit. Some more traffics with the forager brew.
There's no way we've only been going for an hour.
Who collect supplies from all corners of the land. No doubt they find inspiration in his many virtues. These are not your foes, Tarnished. Should you spot any forager brood, be sure to mind your manners.
How the fuck have we only been going for an hour? We just we just beat that whole fucking tower and got the shards within.
Righteous tarnished. Righteous.
Oh, I guess this isn't the one.
Welcome. I, for you, things.
Okay, I guess it's not the ones he asked us to find. We did find a cross. Maybe I didn't interact with the cross is the problem. Let's go back. I picked up the seed on the floor, but I didn't interact with the cross. So this way. I wonder if it really is that simple. We're using every advantage we possibly can. So Rune Arc, fucking Opaline Tier, I'm summoning my Mimic. So there are really big fly people. Oh, and they're like hatching out of the backs of others. Ew. Jesus. I'll leave you be. You're praying. Oh, is that one not? Alright. I need lore. You should have kept praying. Carved words coalesce. I abandon here my arm, sinistral. Oh. So he discovered the truth of rot and he abandons his arm, right? So metaphorical arm would be, again, Melania. What is an armament, right? It is a weapon. So if she is the sword of Mikola, she is his arm. So that is just another meaning to that. It might not even be the case, but it is literally what that could mean, right? It is, if you are an armament of someone, if I call myself your sword, I'm an armament. So if someone says, I abandon my arm, after abandoning their flesh already, they abandon their flesh, right? So they abandon their arm, sinistral. We gotta look at what the fuck that word means, but it's, I'm just saying, the armament, like I said, Melania is abandoned and betrayed if you finish the story in the proper order, right? So, him saying he abandoned his arm right there has a double meaning. If you beat the DLC, this is the tower he's at the top of. It's enshrouded by shadow. I guess because he's an Empyrean, they think he can go in, but he also can't go in because we know where he's at right now. And we're gonna head there. Oh, you do need to interact with it because he's looking for the meaning of what Mikola's doing here. So you give him the text. Yeah, speak of the cross tower.
Much obliged. As suspected, kindly Mikola has visited the lands which hold the tower, and appears intent on wholly dispossessing himself of his flesh.
So he needs to die to go there.
To the Tower of Shadow. Righteous tarnished.
So, phase 1 complete. Let's go meet Theo. Wait a minute. We never met Needle Knight Lita here. Isn't she supposed to be around here somewhere? No, that's like the next stop, right? She comes to a point at like the center of the map at one of these graces eventually. Ellic Great Bridge, you got pretty much another Ray Lucaria castle, which would make sense if they're trying to make a whole world. Things that can't be broke, or things that are broken can't be the same, right? You're gonna need glue in the middle. Maybe that's why America tried to make an alloy. Whoa, it just got rid of my jump. I almost walked off of the fucking bridge. But yeah, maybe that's why America is trying to make an alloyed order, because she broke the original gold and now she's just trying to make a gold of anything. And then Mikola seeking pure gold, it leads him here to the original society of the Crucible. So there was what, a night tree and a day tree. That's what I'm getting from this. There's this tree, and then this, the tree that would have been over here. Actually, that does kind of put this in the towards the center. Because again, if it's a ring, this to this, right? This is the thickness of the ring, and then this right here would be like the center, right? So then if you draw that in a circle, or even like right here, right to the edge, and just put the smoldering wall as like the middle point, right? So then you are looping around from there, and then this is volcanic activity. You get rid of this because it's a new addition, like I suspected it to be. It puts the tower, if this is half of it and this is half of it, actually no, if it, even if you include it, then this is really halfway through, right? So that explains why it's saying that's the half, that's the middle of the lands between, where things flow, you know, all matter of death get washes up here, because it's a ring, and that's why all these boats are washing up, right? But on the wrong edges, right? There's nowhere for them to wash up anymore. They're hitting this fucking giant storm and ruined boats because of this waterfall, right? Like there are monsters, different kinds of life, like Estelle. Not all life is humanoid, so if every matter of life washes up along the lands between, it was a ring. It was always a ring. And that again makes sense. The whole fucking point of the game is look at all these rings, right? They give you a piece of the land and it completes it in a ring shape. It's like, oh, okay, that makes sense. It's just like, as soon as you piece it together, you feel like a fucking idiot. I'm like, oh my god, Miyazaki, I'm sorry that it took so long to find this out. It's like a donut that they took a bite of and then they put the bite back. That's what Mikola is trying to do. It's trying to put the bite back, but you know you can't do that, right? You can't put something back that's been broken. You need to make a new fucking ring with the volcanic activity, and everything needs to be restored back to the natural cycle, right? To make a metaphorical magical ring, and then out of the land, and then boom, you fixed everything. And that's why I know that the secret ending is fucking possible, because you would need to find out America is lying, which is Goldmask's whole point with the perfect order. And if you do everything correct, like I just said, that is the perfect order to do it in. And if you pick perfect order at the end like they thought, because it's an extension of the perfect order, you get the secret ending. The seventh ending that's in the game files that nobody knows how to access, is what I should say.
My name is Teolia. I too am tarnished, and here on kindly Mikola's account. So, well,
You just have to realize Vati Videos is wrong. It's so sad to say, because I love him. I love those videos. I'm subscribed. Go subscribe to him.
well, I'm not
as weak as a kitten and thick as two.
So the weak are welcome.
This way since the very day I was born. I'm afraid the only thing I'm proficient in is.
Again, why Mikola is the bad guy. Mikola is trying to build an age upon the strong by subjugating them with the whole final boss theme, right? The whole trailer, the normal, it's not spoilers. There's an item that says "Oh, promised consort." Mikola awaits the "Oh, promised consort," right? Which means Radon is trying to fight against Millennium. Right here. Mikola awaits the "Oh, promised consort," right? So if you just kill all the bosses and never die, you have more than enough runes to buy everyone's items. Also, I don't need a level. This is unmodded. This is just the base game. I should say that. To clarify. We're just beating the shit out of everything. So now that I have a map, it looks like we might be able to get down into the madness. So maybe can do that. We can maybe do Bale. We can maybe do... We can't do the fingers yet without fighting Rolana and discovering that there was a connection between night and day. No, this is the boss. Okay, wait, if this is the Frenzied Flame... Oh, that explains why there's Frenzied Flame up in the north with the whole yellow annex and shit, and why it's in Lindell, sealed underground, because it originates from the half of the sun, which is again the three fingers. You have two fingers, right? Order. Because they're ordering everything, even though they're putting things in their own order against humanity, right? Grafting is literally that, because he has the center rune to connect everything. So this is order that she gave to Horlu, and then this is life, but the problem is you need death with life. That's why you have the Noxtellan Society still. And also she originates from here, so she doesn't want to get rid of her home as an Albinoric woman. I think there, again, the more I look at it, it's like there are more pieces missing, but it almost connects like perfectly. Like if you get rid of this, you have to see it for yourself, right? All of this extra room up here, like this segment of the map, isn't actually there. Like this right here isn't here. It's just not there. When you go, like we showed it. If you put a marker right here, you go to the Divine Tower and look at it, you can see the marker against the wall here. And then it goes all the way to the water at the bottom. So this entire fucking land marking thing is a lie. There is no mountain here. It goes straight down and there's water, which again would imply that there's a big chunk of missing land up here, which is this, because it's a straight sheer drop down, like it just cut off. And then it's the same thing on the northern side of this map up here, which is where it would have been connected. Altus Plateau, connected as one big thing originally. right here, Altus Plateau. And then the Erd Tree probably just crashed down. More amber, more finger stuff. Or we know that Fair Missoula is crumbling, right, with the name Crumbling Fair Missoula. But it's a city that was once there but is now broken. It has the same tree color as Lindell. So it must, and it also has ancient dragons, same as the ones you fight right here. Where the fuck is it? Like right here? Where's even that? I've never been there on the map before. I don't have anything explored over there. I'm sure there are answers. Oh, no, that is the marker. Erd Tree Grazing Hill. I just haven't been there on this character. This is where the dragons are. You wind up here after the runes. Ruin-strewn precipice. No, precipice. No, it's precipice. I learned that sentient is how it's pronounced and not sentient. Actually, I learned that it's just two different ways of pronouncing it. It's not like there's a wrong or right. It's just two different accents of English from different countries. So that's why if you've watched movies, you might pronounce it one way. But anyway, I think the tree is sentient. I mean, we know that, right? Trees are sentient in real life. That's how they grow and they react to their branches being cut and broken. Okay. Objective complete. I just can't believe we've only been playing for an hour. I was like, quick, we gotta do something to kill time because I've blasted through the DLC too fast. No,
Welcome. Oh, give this to Tiolier. He asked me to find it. I finally found it.
So he's a scavenger and he found black syrup.
Many things we have found.
Yeah, what's up? We just destroyed everything in one shot. Let's here, we'll let you pick. Should I try to find a way to the insane Midra's Manse and die with my 5 million runes, Donnie, or should I try to go for Bale? Or Rolana? Actually, Rolana, we might fuck ourselves over if we do too soon. We should go down into the... So here are the options. Death Dragon, that gave me trouble last night. Midra's Manse or Bale. Alright, Bale. Bale! Vile Bale! Well, perfect. We're heading over there right now. We're gonna warp like right next to Bale. So this is the path to him. Curse you! Here is your syrup.
I have to say, Sir Moore has an awfully sharp eye, doesn't he? It's wonderful. This ebony, as lustrous as the night sky unending. I don't think I could ever thank him enough. I'll have to think of something. Ah, forgive me.
We're getting lore as well.
Have your share of the reward. I'll mix up something. If you find yourself weary of the weight of this life, then just give me the word. Sleep is a balm. An eternal sleep is an elixir. Is that so? Then take this. This concoction can coax even the oldest of dragons to sleep. For you, it will grant...
Okay, I was gonna say, I'm pretty sure the only reason they tell you about this is because of the dragon communion.
So,
I've actually decided against it. I want to live. To kill Bale! Bale! Vile Bale! Don't you, Bale! Actually, I'm gonna go down there and grab the forager thing, because he's just kind of like sitting on the ground at the bottom of this ramp. And then we'll go left up the ramp right there, and we'll hear Egon screaming about Bale in like 10 seconds. We'll get to hear his version of it, and then I'll try to impersonate him. Mimic Tears style. transforming into a Egon. Egon Spangler? What's his name? What's the dude from fucking Ghostbusters? It might not be spelled the same. Oh, this is a ramp. It's right next to Tio. I keep calling him Theolier, but it's Theolier. I guess they're just really trying to tell you that the names aren't as pronounced what you would expect them to be pronounced like, right? It's like, hey, actually, you know that it's not that because he said it. Why is it always futility? It's ranged battle. Where the fuck was the forager? Was he just over the hill? I love this horse. It's so goddamn useful. Definitely going through the New Game Plus with Torrent changes things. Oh, they're right there. Right over here somewhere. Somewhere over here, maybe. I remember this place vaguely. Is it down below? Oh, it's up here, isn't it? Yep. Greater Potentate's Cookbook. Or not. Is he to the left over there? I know he's around here somewhere. It's a forager. If we don't find him right now, I'm just gonna teleport out of here. Damn. Oh, this is just another way up. Oh, this is towards Vale. Fuck is that? Oh, the Blood Fiends. This takes us right there. Actually, I don't think it's that way. That way is a crucible. Fire giant smithing area. Fire slimes, but not where we're going. This way to Bale. It's faster teleporting. We were just in combat, so we couldn't before. Alright, Tio. Gracias. Down there somewhere is a forager brood dude who gives you cookbook. But he gives you something for Moore's quest is really what it is. So Vile Bale! Oh, terror incarnate! That's not a good thing. That continues the cycle. Ah! That's gonna be my new voice stim for the next week. Fuck you, Bill! Just walking around my house screaming that at my family. So what is he tortured by? The terror? Is he just so scared that he's like, I gotta kill him? It's just Ahab. This is Ahab. I've never read Moby Dick. Actually, I did it like forever ago when I was a kid, like middle school. I barely remember. Too young to have reading comprehension, really. No. The exquisite pain. So he lost a leg. Pursue Bill! I wonder who took Egon's leg, because he's a battleground scavenger, which means at some point his whole thing was just to take loot from the battleground. So he wasn't really a fighter, and now he's missing a leg. Oh, well, actually that makes sense. If this guy took his leg, then he would blame Bale, because Bale is the reason all of the Dragon Communion shit is happening, right? From what I'm saying. Bale's heart was the original consumed heart. That's why they even know that it would do that. Well, we barely... Actually, that was a good point. See how faster my weapon is compared to his? I can roll away from his attack because he's using a two-handed weapon really slow. So it gave me a window, but I didn't like animation cancel, right? It was like that was the natural window of what players can do. And then it closed because he used a really slow attack. The boss we're about to fight was pissing me off last night because I could hit him once and then he would iframe through the next attack and or attack me through the next attack with power armor, unable to be shifted. Hyper armor, there's so many different names for it in game development. It's like it was one of those community terms. You can tell when game design was influenced by the community if a term for the game design, the same concept, has multiple names, right? Hyper armor, power armor, super armor, they're all the same fucking thing. I've heard it referred to as it, right? But it's all just when you have poise, right? If you don't get your poise broken or checked, right? You just fucking continue your attack and you keep poise, right? Then, yeah. First of all, I remember this from last night, actually. Yeah, and we hit him and it still did nothing. But yeah, we can't cancel a poise check. That's why, like, when I get knocked off of my horse... How the fuck are you supposed to find these kinds of entrances, by the way? Anyway, I kind of want to try it. But we're not here for honor. We're here for vengeance. Are you going to use ADM's Great Katana? I am going to continue as a humble knight with a basic Lordsword straight sword my entire life. This is what I use since Demon Souls. This is what I used in Dark Souls 1, 2, and 3. No leveling if I could, right? I think Dark Souls 2 is the only one where you have to use the club. Or no, Dark Souls 1 is the only one you have to use the club because it was really bare bones level 1 scaling. Word. Yeah, so I'm even doing crazier challenge for fun. This is New Game Plus, so everything's actually harder. I've never done New Game Plus. This is my first New Game Plus playthrough ever in my life. I'm usually one and done kind of Dark Souls player because it's so fucking infuriating. But I know that's not what Miyazaki wants. But this is the game that I realized, oh, the story actually changes as you play through it multiple times because it's a continuous cycle, right? Everyone always talks about it being a continuous cycle, but that's because of New Game Plus as well. Like they want you to continuously play the game over and over and find new perspectives of the lore items and stuff, which I love. I think that's super cool. But I'm a fucking lunatic. I played Demon Souls back when it was like on PlayStation 3. It was years ago. Do we need to bother this dragon? I mean, he's not bothering anyone, right? Aren't there usually dragons fighting right here? To the communion. NPCs first, for sure. Oh, I didn't even wake up. I was expecting that thing to just get up and start attacking at any moment. I don't know. That was the friendliest dragon we've seen so far. Every dragon wants to fucking kill us on sight. Crucible Society style. Survival of the fittest monster beast. And not even just the ancient dragons. Who are like a little smarter because they have 5 fingers. Or whatever the fuck. So she wants you to consume Bale's heart?
Warrior, picture yourself feasting upon a dragon's essence from the throbbing heart of the oldest, vilest dragon of them all. It would be the purest form of communion,
Okay.
sating of your hunger and your consummation as a dragon whole.
Do not partake. What the fuck? What? Hold on now. I need I need the code. You will need to meet her before killing Bale if you wish to give her Thiolier's concoction to unlock alternative rewards for her quest. Killing Bale before meeting her will yield the same reward as not giving her Thiolier's concoction. To unlock alternative rewards for her quest line, you will need to obtain the black syrup from Moore before he departs his location. Yeah, then you give it to Thiolier. Leave Graveside Plains to obtain Tio's concoction. Those items become unobtainable once these 2 NPCs move. Okay. Defeat Bale without giving her Piolia's concoction. I just want to make sure that I'm not locking myself out of that ultimate ending that I've been wondering. I have to like decipher the lore of like, okay, what do they want me to do? Bale attacked Placidusax. They both were mortally wounded. Probably oppressing people. Ancient Dragon's Blessing. So yeah, if I'm trying to form a perfect order,
As it should be.
I wouldn't take the dragon's power here. If it doesn't,
There you will
if it's known as just the favor, then yeah,
and violet
you don't have to use it,
dragons.
which I'm finding is the thing.
Warrior, follow your desire and slay the foul beast. Devour its throbbing heart. I will grant you the strength required in the name of my lord, Placidusax.
So Placidusax is the original Elden Lord. Yeah, no, okay, so that's good. That would mean you are now heir to the original society, right? If Placidusax was the Lord Placidusax of the Crucible Society in Farum Azula, like I'm saying it is, this whole place is about the Crucible Society and dividing up the identity, then if she is with Placidusax, you want to do everything that she's asking you to do. So we do need to eat Bale's heart?
Warrior true. What? In a time long past, Bale
Why?
turned upon the Dragon Lord. The foul traitor assailed our master and inflicted a grievous wound.
Which would make him no longer the strongest of the Crucible Society.
Enemy. Since that day, Bale and his bloodline, the Drakes, have served as sacrifices for Dragon Communion, land-bound warrior. My lord, Placidusax, has shown your kind what must be done. Seek communion. Sate your boundless appetite. Feel the euphoria over Dragon's essence taking root in your meager frame. In a time long, the foul becoming a sworn, and since that day, Bale and his bloodline, land-bound, seek communion. Feel the euphoria over Dragon's essence.
Fuck, I actually think you do need to take Bale's essence in. Okay, lore-wise, let's analyze this, right? This is probably Bale. If they both, you know, grievous wound means deadly, right? So if Placidusax isn't dead because he's sealed beyond time, or actually just means pretty bad, right? It typically means deadly in the way that these ancient people are talking about it, but let's just say it means pretty bad wound, right? A grievous injury. As in like you're gonna grieve them, but let's just say it's a grievous injury, isn't it? It's so bad it disheartens you. That means Placidusax and Bale, after their fight, are disheartened or grievously wounded, no longer the strongest of the society, right? So again, it leaves a power vacuum in a land of giants, humans, and beastmen, right? But also, it's like the night and day thing. There are the drakes that came from Bale, and the dragons from the ancient dragons, right? They're kind of the same thing, but I think it's like the serpent powers again. These were dragons that ate people, so they became more human-like, and that is why. Or also they ate giants, right? They said someone They actually said a giant ate a demigod, right? Am I tripping? Wasn't that a thing that happened in the story too? I'm pretty sure they said that, but I don't even remember. Like, as I was explaining that story, I was like, wait, didn't they say that happened? But yeah, if they were eating the demigods, which would be the giants, or the Empyreans, as the Golden Order knows, they're just eating people of this Crucible society. We'll just call them Empyreans. Everyone's an Empyrean now, okay? Congratulations, you've been upgraded to Empyrean. Everyone's an Empyrean. So, in this society, which is the true society, I'm the leader of the society. You're a part of my society. You're now an Empyrean. Congratulations, you've been upgraded. Everyone's chosen. So, now with that confusion out of the way, they were eating Empyreans, which was giants and humans and beastmen and beasts, right? So they became less like the Farum Azula ancient dragons, right? They evolved, right, after eating these things, which is what we know happens. Rykard was eaten by the snake, and then the snake became a human snake man with Rykard's power. Specifically Rykard's power. But he lost his mind to the snake. That's why his people aren't loyal to him. So, same thing happens with Baal. They eat people like a demigod, then they become a mortal version of the demigod. Again, the cycle, it's a cyclical story. It's the same cycle that Rykard went through. So, Snake Man, Dragon Man, like the ones we just killed, Ancient Dragon Man. There was an Ancient Dragon Man that was giant. That was a demigod, right? And he was probably driven crazy by Frenzied Flame. I'm guessing by this. Because the Frenzied Flame is right underneath him. So, or maybe it was the god of Frenzied Flame originally, and then the demigod was eaten. So, it could be, that's why the Frenzied Flame power doesn't even exist. Is because the demigod was eaten in ancient times before America split the rune from the Elden Ring. So that's why the 3 fingers of chaos are sealed underground, but there is no rune for the 3 fingers, or yeah, there's no rune for like chaos like there is corruption, right? There's a rune for corruption because that demigod wasn't eaten. They got to live up until Mesmer's purge. These guys, their demigod was eaten, so they were constantly praying, right? That's why when you find them, it's just a dude praying to the demigod of Frenzied Flame. So Baal was driven mad. It was originally a demigod eaten by a dragon. That's why it's all madness and chaos. It's all like a fucking cycle interrupting itself. But it's also still a cycle of life and death. And also that would explain why there is a fire giant outside of Volcano Manor with the Frenzied Flame powers. It never made sense to me. Now it does. Because they're tying Baal to the Frenzied Flame. Baal is angry, right? Frenzied. He's a frenzied dragon. A demigod frenzy. When really it was originally supposed to be probably like a healing power. Right? Like to stop the pain. Because if you were trying to stop the pain in a society of Crucible, you would go crazy because you would have to cause pain to fight against the... We fucking deduced it. We deduced it. That is why all of this is here. And it is a fungus, right? That's why there are runes that were called down by the ancient astrologers. That's why the runes don't make sense, right? These guys are a modern Frenzied Flame church, but they lack a demigod like Baal, right? But it is the local deity, right? How we were talking about local deities. If you talk about the local deity of corruption in the north, right, it would be right about here, or right about here is where I'm saying the tower is connected to. Then it would connect the entire land in a circle. And also the Crucible, right? This Crucible here, the chalice of the Shadow Tree, and the forge of the Fire Giants connected. Explain why there are forges here, right? from giants. They're actually one giant society. Again, it's a loop. It's like starting at the top, circling down to the bottom, and then using magic to, as we saw with the Angel River coffin travel, they pass the empty coffins back up to the nameless city where Lindell takes it. The fire giants, they burn the dead of the giants if they can. Anything is passed through the waterways into the appropriate coffins. That's why the aqueducts and the basilisks, the aquatic creatures, are associated with death, and why there's constantly coffins in the water and rot in the stagnant water, because you're allowing corpses to flow through the water, and when the water stops flowing, corpses stop. Corpses staying still allows for rot. That's the whole point of the Angel River. We're deciphering the text. I think all of this to say, you need to eat Baal's heart, because then you unite all of the dragons, I think? Or maybe you just need to defeat Baal. Because if you don't kill Placidusax yet, right? Because we haven't gotten past that point in the story. Placidusax is alive, sealed beyond time, grievously wounded, praying to a greater will to help them. Same thing with Baal. They're sitting here grievously wounded, no longer attacking, unable to, right? Because they're just sealed beyond time. So now they're just raging in the corner, unable to do anything. And if everyone's constantly hunting dragons, then yeah, you have to break this cycle. So no, maybe you don't kill, maybe you don't eat it. You take the favor, and then you go kill him. I need this girl to give me more lore. I need her perspective. You gave me the Dragon Lord's favor, which means now Placidusax is cool with me, and we haven't even met him yet. So I wonder if that changes Placidusax's fight. Again, doing the DLC in this order changes the entire last half of the game. Now the context of Fair Missoula is different. Now the context of Melania is different. We are no longer an invader attacking Fair Missoula to get the Rune of Death. We were technically invited by Placidusax because we proved our strength by defeating Baal. So, in the Crucible Society that the dragons are from, we defeated their greatest enemy before showing up there to fight the Lord to prove that we are the strongest. So, it's more of like honoring us with an honorable duel with Placidusax. It changes the context of his fight. From like us going to kill a wounded dragon to we're fighting and proving ourselves to the old lord that we are the current lord, stronger than any in the past, and we're requesting an honorable duel because we now have the context of our character has the context of Baal, Placidusax, and the dragons. It literally, your character now has different context for where you're going. And now when you show up to fight them, you have the Crucible mentality of, I'm here to grant you an honorable death to end your suffering and allow death to take hold in this land, which is Ronnie's ending, right? So if you did Ronnie's rune, you allowed her to go out into the stars. So you allow her to go see and be an outer god. So the outer god of stars and the moon is back. Limgrave, you are taking order back to Lindell because you killed Godric for his great rune, and then you took it. And Nefeli, right, is your friend if you did the quest correctly like we did. So Godric is with us, all right, but his lineage, the lineage of gold is with us. The lineage, or its order, in the center of the lands between is a ring. Then you get night, and then on the opposite side, you would get daytime. Right, more proving where this is in the map. So you have Noxtella, Night, the Underground Societies, all this shit on the left half of the map, and nothing on the right side because that's the Daytime Society. And they still have Catacombs, but it is solar themed with lion symbols. So you probably don't even need to eat Baal's heart. It goes back with you don't even need to level up. If you prove to yourself that you have the greater will and you don't need the borrowed power from Melina, You could do all of this stuff, and then it sets you on the right track for the last half of the game, after you accept her accord. That's what they were trying to teach you. That's why they got rid of... That's why they cut the content with the bridge. If you were able to find your own medallion and then go back and befriend Melina, it throws off the whole story. You would need Melina to help guide you into the lands, into the giant lands to help her death, because she's already dead because Marika burned her body, right? She's burned and bodiless. She's a spirit. You can actually you could visit her grave right here if you don't believe me. So, Lenny's rise makes sense too, because the astrologers are also part of this society. So I don't think we eat Bale's heart. We accept the dragon's powers. We want to be Placidusax's friend because he was the original lord, and we are trying to take the original power and restore it with true order, right? We want there to be a perfect order. Holy shit. I said the thing. And that explains why there are ancient dragon statues of daytime beast dragons, right? Non-ancient dragon statues with their heads broken off, right? Ancient dragons attacked Lindell, so they broke the ancient dragon statues, and normal dragon statues were never really made because it was from a demigod that was eaten and sealed away, and everyone pretty much forgot about it because it was in ancient times, like with Lord Placidusax. Because the Bale would have had to been back then to attack him, so it's like a really, really ancient giant that was eaten. So you would need his power. Let's go fucking kill him. Did we get the grace? Yeah. Dragon hunting time, baby! Actually, you know what? Just to make sure I'm 100% right, normally I think of something correct when I go and get water. I'm like, oh fuck, like you just need a change of perspective. I'm gonna get water, and then when we come back, we're gonna kill Bale. Wish me luck, guys. I might send out the chat signal, too. Okay. I didn't send out the chat signal. Give me a sec. Just copy. It says my likes are 0. Like I liked my own thing, and it says I have 0 likes. Like it's highlighted. That's so weird, dude. YouTube's got the weirdest shit right now. I wish it was on my desktop, because then I would pull it over. Alright. I try to have my phone up so that I have chat available, but it's just not working. Tell me better. my brother sent me a meme. It's like the death screen of Dark Souls, but yeah, boy. Come watch me kill God. I should put evil gods. I think they're religious. Come watch me kill God. Like roll up into a church and say that. Give me a podium long enough. All right. Time for bail. Probably kill God with a PowerPoint. All right. Onward we go. Your God's so weak I can kill him with a PowerPoint. I don't even need a sword. You're not gonna make me kill a fucking dragon, are you? I mean, Bale, he seems to be a problem. What are these? Alright, so we're on our way to multiple dragons, actually. I just remembered that there's an ancient dragon on the way there. We are in New Game Plus. So wish me luck. We have died. How many runes do I have? 5 million. We might have killed every single boss without, you know, losing our shit so far. We're a flying horse. Dude, show me a horse in any game that can take off like that. Except Skyrim with a glitch. Whoa, what the fuck? They're just rocks flying around out here. Damn, that dragon is huge. That's gotta be Bale. Think of how big Placidusax is, though. That one's gotta be the giant that ate a... Oh, actually, I think I know I'm right. Again, I will just say it's a... I think, because Rykard's whole thing is eat my body, Tanith, and then the snake things will rip out of you. Like they were ripping out of me before. I knew there were dragons that were gonna be fighting. Alright, which one of you's got the health bar? You gotta go. I'm helping the other dragon. We're helping the underdog here. You think a second dragon's gonna scare me? Wait, this isn't the dragon. Is this the dragon? It is the dragon. I'm not even gonna need my mimic tier. Oh, his tail curved backwards. I was like, that's a third dragon. Like, his tail curved in such a way it looked like a third dragon just entered frame. I was like, oh wait, maybe I am scared now. Are you just gonna keep throwing dragons at me? You tank, dragon. As long as you've got a name bar, you've got to go, okay? I don't know what the world's telling me. Ah, that's the one for Egon. I'm glad I didn't kill the sleeping one. Where the fuck are you?
Remember, conjure your past, how once you were, when fear was yet foreign to you.
We saved a dragon. That's a change.
Drake warrior.
Actually, we're here to fight America, so we just saved that dragon from a princess.
Finger, my finger. Scale the jagged peak, face bale the dread, and when you do, summon me. Summon my soul. My limbs are limbs no more. My heart is twice over filled with fear. But a Drake warrior I remain, and my soul yet lies on the mountain. Proud Drake warrior, I beg of you, scale the jagged peak.
Great.
Face
Another title to add to the ever-extending list. I wonder if I added all of my video game titles I've ever earned together, like a real night, how long it would be. Because in World of Warcraft, I have like all like 150 fucking titles from like PvP and shit. The Great Gladiator, World Slayer, God Slayer, Dragon Slayer, like Drake Warrior. Trying to introduce myself would be a pain in the ass. Just call me Slime.
proud Drake.
My brother bought me a lordship from Scotland from that scam website, so I mean, like, technically I'm a lord in real life too. A true proper Elden Lord. It's more the thought that counts, and I appreciate it and love him for it. You know, I can hold that over everyone. I'm like, someone bought it for me. I'm not a douchebag who bought it for myself. Yeah. I'm valued by people. Isn't that great? No, I feel like if you buy it for yourself, I might say, and it's not like the craziest work gag. I don't know. Well, it says something about you, but it was a like birthday, Christmas gift. Or it's just a hole. If someone buys it for you, welcome to the club of lords. You gotta play Elden Ring, but you should level up and enjoy yourself and use your summons and don't listen to gatekeepers, right? As someone who beat the game pretty much on level 1. Yeah. We're stuck on Radagon. I just wanted to take a break. My sleep schedule got fucked up because of my fam visiting. Ooh, we don't do any damage. 2,000 damage. Ooh, fuck, you got a lot of health, don't you? Here's a rock. I'm gonna need that steak of America if you don't mind. Actually, you know what I'm gonna need? If you got double the health of all the other dragons, well... Oh, I'm dead. Okay. Oh, and my physics gone. Oh, weak point. Base weak point. Didn't remember. Now I remember. Weak point. That explains why you have so much fucking health. Weak point. Ugh, that didn't do much. Why am I locked on and my camera is completely 180 degrees? Whenever I say the camera's fucked up, that's kind of what I mean. I'm glad I got the perfect example of what I'm talking about. Okay, I actually didn't need my mimic. Face. I was gonna say I just needed head. Oh my god. Why is your head backward? This boss is all kinds of fucked up. I remembered you explode. Thank you. Thanks me. Thanks us. I don't know. I don't know who to thank for that. Every time the mimic tier is done. we did it! Is what I should say. Fucking cartoon. I don't know what else. There was an ancient dragon in the mountain with Baal that sided with him because it uses his element. And it obviously isn't going up to kill him. It killed a bunch of dragons though, so maybe? No, they have Gravelstone and Dead Knights all up in here. It could have been an ancient dragon killing these dragons. Maybe that's what they're trying to tell you. And he just, from eating them... No, because he used yellow lightning. He had red flame from being an ancient dragon. Red lightning. Red flame. Not gonna pretend like it wasn't close. Also, that's a path back down. You could jump into the tornadoes. I don't know if anyone's ever told you that. As soon as you get the wisp around you, like the little like tornado around you, you're fine. I barely touched that shit, but you should jump safely into it because their hitboxes are kind of different depending. Pro pro slime tip. What the fuck is this? Is it a dead end? Huh. Ah. Liar. Anything cool down there? Bloody slime masses. Oh shit. This is where I was, right? Nope, this is a new area. They just have a lot of the same dragons. Is something gonna fall? A legendary... Oh, an ancient dragon smithing stone. Good news! Actually, we don't need that. I mean, I just upgraded my shield, so I used one. So it is nice to replace the ones that I just used. This has got to be a dead end. Yeah. They're jumping off. No. What is it in here? Actually does look like you jump off there to the left. Oh, no. All right, we're good. Oh, what? Damn, we made it here? That felt like Monster Hunter for a second there. I'm not gonna lie. Ow, ow, ow. Head is weakness or wound is weakness? Wound is weakness. Wound is weakness. Go for leg, right? That's what the mimic's going for. They know better than most. Yeesh. Damn it, I tried to roll, but I turned it into a sprint because I thought he ducked. Okay. Thank you, Mimic. Bad Mimic. You fucking aimed him right at me. That's a tight window. Good. Ugh. It's actually better to roll into it because then you tank the more dangerous explosive. Oh, oh god! Damn it. That's fine. We almost got him. Holy shit. Readjusting. Recalibrating. That wasn't the first death on a boss, but... it did upset me. In case... I don't know if that actually helps. I want to use it so bad, but... Actually, I should build for my Mimic, and then... How much does that help? Do I really need more? Let's see. One of these... It's kind of like what we had before, but better. Okay. The game didn't let me summon my Mimic. Kind of fucked me. Actually, kind of saved me there. We'll go grab these because it helps the game so goddamn much. Grab these. was hoping to get closer with that. We're probably gonna die here. I'm gonna run towards the gate. Yeah. I was kind of coordinating the death towards the gate. The longer you keep it there, the better. Now we can just run in, grab it, summon the mimic. We don't have to run around at the start. We can get a good opening. Damn, I was hoping my mimic would get the last shot there. We almost killed him. My plan was to survive until halfway and summon the mimic to get into the last phase. It was good, but they just... I don't want to say glitched, but... I tried to run under him because I could visibly, like he wasn't touching the ground there, so I could just run straight, but I was hitting an invisible hitbox for like a fucking 10-second beginning opener. It was rough. Oh, fuck me. That was bad. I almost died there. I'm really trying to find a way to dodge that. Okay, shield up didn't matter. I tried to block that. Don't try to block. Noted. God damn it. It changed mid-combo. That's the worst. I just rolled too early in that. He's like a basil, guys. Maybe that's what it was. Maybe Miyazaki just was playing Monster Hunter and was sick of the boss. It was like, this is so hard that it should be a Dark Souls boss. Healed up. Noted. God damn, the explosion moves. I'm just gonna move back towards the entrance. People normally get like one of these per fight. He used it like 5 times. Strategically lose. Take the fight by the entrance. We ended up almost killing him. The bleed proc I wasn't ready for, but we were stuck in place. I couldn't move. Even if I wanted to dodge there. That sucks. We were actually caught in the boss. That's the worst kind of glitch, but that's why I moved to the entrance. Is that if any cheesy shit happened and I died while fighting him, we could just walk in and pick up our souls. Wasn't intentional. I thought it would prompt me to see who the fuck that was, but I should have known that it was going to be Egon. I should have just deduced that. I don't think anyone else can help you here.
Solid of scale you might be, and I will riddle with holes your rotten hide, with a hail of harpoons, with every last drop of my being.
Where'd he go? Oh no. Don't run with your shield up, you run slower. Come on, attack him, dude. The mimic is just standing there. Get him, Egon. Damn, he knew it. That was a fucking input read. He timed that so perfect. Thank you, Mimic.
Bail the dread. You shall haunt me no longer.
They said he's missing a leg, but he's standing up. So whoever put that on his wiki should probably go and fix that. I mean, he is definitely not standing when you find him most of the time, but his leg was definitely fucking intact right there. He was walking around. And we know what prostheses look like, and that was like a fleshy knee and stuff, so it wasn't a prosthetic. That explains it. I was like, I'm not getting prompt for an upgrade. That explains so much. It kept it from New Game Plus. Little sad about that. But it changes the course of things. Now we can just run through it. I think I'm supposed to go around the Cerulean coast and then down, and then I can wind up here. It would be cool if you could go down the wing of the dragon, but no. Alright. Bale is dead. Next up should be Madness, if I can. You need to like do everything before you go into Rolana. Like you gotta explore the whole fucking map. That's what I'm piecing together. It's not about beating the game the fastest way or for the best items. There is a perfect way to do it. Castle Ensis. Fog Rift Fort. There's a lot of fog there. Alright. What's up, Tio? I just killed a dragon. What's up? Down the swamp path? It really depends on the height, but I don't have a grace there, so I gotta run. Cave. 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 This is the way we went yesterday. This is where we should have gone, and I was wondering where the fuck the guy was. Cave. Water cave. So the flowing water is where they passed the corpses through. Remember what I said about like stagnance and rot? It's a principle in Japanese culture. I'm not just making that up. What the fuck? You've got to go. I don't think we fought one of these legit for a while, so... Oh yeah, that's why. They suck. And you can't summon spirit ashes here because it's just in the middle of fucking nowhere and a river. There's no statues, there's no rituals to conduct. Only through desperate battle with the feral wild can one discover a god truly unique to oneself. Oh, and they bury things into the Erd tree, right? Like flesh. Remembrance hewn into the Erd tree or whatever, sewn into the Erd tree. That's the story. That's what they're trying to tell you. Is that their flesh is undead, so they might die and then be buried into the Erd tree, but then because nothing really dies, they just turn into this fucking thing. And that's why these things are everywhere near Erd trees underneath. It's they're ow. That was a range. Oh, he's like a shadow tree version of it. He's got the shadow sun. He's not an Erd tree. He's a shadow tree. Look at that fire. I mean, they use that fire too, don't they? Question mark. He looks a little malformed. Well. Always be backing. ABB. Always be backing. Are you backing up? Hey, baby. Always be backing up. ABB. That motherfucker missed me by like an inch 3 times just because I was holding backwards. Just always be backing up. You don't even need to sprint. Just back up. Fuck. Which way did I come from? There. You know, I never tried that, so I thought I'd, you know, give it a shot. Going up the staircase. Oh my god, he's just walking through trees. Alright, now I know why. They're just trying to show you that the river has something to do with turtles. That's this, and then the 2-headed turtle is the Crucible version. They have the 1-headed turtle in the overworld. With the Tibia Mariner. They're trying to give order to death. So, 2-headed turtle. Earlier, no Tibia Mariner in this river. Base game, a little bit more order to death in those ruins. Not golden order, but just ancient order to death. Tibia Mariner, single-headed turtle. Showing you the significance of the turtle is that it's, I don't know. I actually don't know. I was thinking maybe the stamina, the slow, like you recharge in the sleep of death. Ooh. You get your stamina back. For in this sleep of death, what dreams may come, huh? What if they're spooky? What if it's sad? What if it's everything? What if it's a little bit of everything? What if it's a goddess of love telling you that the current god is evil? What if that is the dream that death instills upon us? I was once told a coffin could convey its passenger. Wait, what? Its passenger upon a gentle cruise to the velvet garden of deep purple. Oh, to slumber in such a paradise. Alright, so we gotta follow it downriver, I think is what it's telling us, to get to death. Where is the bottom of the water flowing? Well, we actually can't get there yet, but we will. I'm not gonna break the game, but we'll get all the way up to the Golden Gate to show you it's trying to flow you in a direction, right? Trying to guide you with the flow. There you go. Sorry, I'm a little bit busy eating, but oh yeah, I went that way. Bale was tough as fuck. Not as hard as Melania level 1, but tough. I missed your spacing and timing, and I couldn't tell you a single bit of timing. Really? Wait, where the fuck are all my... Oh, okay. I have no healing for this boss fight. Damn it, I thought he was reviving people. It was the same animation. See? My god. This fucking dragon is so annoying, I'm gonna say it. God damn. I also came in with no healing. Okay. Solution time. No holy giant pots, that's funny. Just for this once, I'll be a paladin. Oh my god, with these attacks. It just went through him. Actually, I saw it clip through the side of him. The rest of you, get going. Paladin. You want to get a mimic? Am I just hanging out with my mimic now? I mean, it is a girl. It isn't me. It is a girl spirit that is able to copy anyone who they come into contact with. So as much as it looks like me, it's not me. I'm the real one, I swear! Okay, wait. Yeah, this is the right way. You can skip that dragon. It's a pain in the ass. It's also not essential. For the secret ending, I think I'm going for. So if you follow the water, you get to a slumbering purple place of death. So now the giant coffins make sense. Carved words coalesce. I abandon here my doubt and vacillation. Alright, what the fuck does that mean? Inability to decide between different options or actions. Indecision. Okay. Oh, because he abandoned Saint Trina. It's like, again, it's the opposite of what I'm talking about. You're supposed to unify all of the orders, right? You're the one that connects the order. So if Mikola is abandoning Saint Trina in a pit that is a graveyard, this is where she's supposed to be, but she knows that Mikola abandoned the fate, right, and is going to do something else. So they're like, me and Mikola were supposed to be here, but Mikola doesn't want to be the god of death, just like I'm saying Marika didn't want to be the god of death and forsake everything, right? Forsook? No. They had forsaken everything to become golden, even becoming Radagon. And also in the middle of my sleep, I swear to God, I woke like a feverish, I understand the statue now. In the trailer, nobody knows where Marika is. So the statue, the premise of the game is no one knows where's Marika. We know because we have knowledge of like beating the game, but the statue here in Lindell that you use the law of regression on is telling you, that statue right there is telling you the nobles of Lindell knew that Marika was going to become Radagon this whole time. So Marika's missing, right? If you watch the trailer for Elden Ring, they say, where's Marika, right? Nobody knows where Marika is. Not the gameplay reveal. Story. Trailer.
Peggy 16.
I don't know where it is, so we're gonna fast forward. It happened an age ago. So America's been missing for some time. The goddess that they're praying to, right? That's why they're praying to her. She's missing, and they just assume she's the goddess, right? And at the all-powerful being. But her and Radagon are at war in one body because she's trying to possess him, like Mikola is doing to the final boss.
The rune of death was stolen.
Who I almost said out loud.
And the demigods began to fall,
So Mikola had him killed.
starting with Godwyn the Golden.
That's what the story is telling you, with the Black Knife assassins working with Rykard and Ronnie, right? And then you find all of their home is in the Halig tree. So Mikola's the one who made the assassins, and then Ronnie and Rykard sent them after Godwyn. He refuses to perform.
Pursued a war that wrought only darkness.
This right here kind of helped me realize too, because it's the trailer picture. This is what they want you to see. Margit is the king. He wants to go into the Erd Tree, but he thinks it's his omen heritage that's preventing him. Because what really is preventing him is no one wants to burn the Erd Tree. It's sacrilegious. So, in the eyes of the Golden Order. Marika hid behind there knowing the only person that would go in there would have to understand and be able to burn the thing. She might not even wanted that to happen because she tortured the fire giant and knew that the flame would never extinguish. So she's like, well, fuck. The Fell Flame God's fire can't go out, so I'm just going to suppress them and hide them away. They don't want the fire to burn the Erd Tree, the Golden Order, right? She wants to maintain this eternal corruption and fucked up order because it's what she's the one in charge, right? It's what she had in mind. It's her order. She's suppressing the natural order with her own. That's why everything's falling apart.
The Elden Ring was broken. But by whom?
In the trailer, this is what's happening right now, right? This is what we are walking into as we're playing through the game. So Ronnie doesn't even know who broke the Elden Ring. No one knows who shattered the ring, right? And she and Rykard were on a team, right? Because there are even tortured things in Raya Lucaria that take you to Volcano Manor, so they're still tied together. So it's like, Rykard attacked Lindell. Wouldn't they know who shattered it? Right? So it's like Ronnie is asking you, who the fuck broke the ring? It's because no one's allowed inside, no one saw it. Right? Inside is Radagon and Marika, but they use this as a giant jar, right, with all of the symbols and everything, and they merge together. So that's what they're trying to tell you. With this right here, there's, again, the questions give you answers. The answers, like Marika is Radagon, give you questions, but the questions give you the answers. So watch. If Ronnie, this is them attacking Lindell, right? This is Rykard's army attacking Lindell, and then the Perfumers fighting back, right? We know this. Actually, this is probably like everyone's army attacking Lindell, now that I think of it, because all the demigods kind of what? Right, so it's like this could be everyone is finally turned against Marika after discovering the truth with Rykard, and they just have the ability to tear down their own tower and attack them with it, right? Tower of Babylon style. They're shooting giant things from the tower at their enemies. So, this is Radahn alive and normal. When you fast forward her, she sounds like the doll Ronnie. So Melania,
These two were the mightiest to remain, and locked horns in combat.
Melania is attacking Radahn. Whoa, what the fuck? Did he just have dragon eyes? Was he eating dragon hearts? No, that's his rune. Everyone has their runes in their eyes. It's not a dragon eye because it doesn't have the like split serpent. It just looks like a golden rune, you know? So she's whispering right now and she says, Radahn, stop fighting. Miquella's waiting for you. No, she says, Miquella awaits thee, O promised consort. And then corrupts him with Scarlet Rot. So he is left there.
Awaiting the arrival of the Elden Ring.
Did I talk over her saying it? They locked horns in combat. So this is her saying, but there would be no victor. Kind of like Bale and Placidusax. The two strongest end up like harming each other, but they don't honorably kill each other because Miquella isn't about an honorable death. He doesn't give a fuck. He just wants to corrupt the people, right? So he doesn't care about Melania and he doesn't care about Radahn. Someone else swoops up Melania and saves her, and Radahn we have to go kill, right? So again, Miquella's a douchebag. So we inhabit a fractured world.
Awaiting the arrival of the Elden Ring. Unless, of course, thou shouldst take the crown.
So they're talking to us. And actually that kind of makes sense in the context of the story, right? Because she is the Glowmide Queen's, like, alternative, right? Like, there's the Glowmide Queen who's all about death, but then she's all about, like, the Noxtellan life and allowing the life in the stars of Glintstone to keep flowing, right? And the moon that she represents in-game, right, is about guiding stars. So she wants the flow of death to return, where the Glowmide Queen just wants death. So that makes sense. Two things. Melina being the Glowmide Queen and wanting death in the end. Yes. And then being deprived of it. Makes sense. Then Ronnie being of the moon and like the stars also has death power, but she's the true local heir, where Marika is an Albinoric woman again. So it's answering your questions with it's answering your questions with answers. But I forgot. I don't know if it was in the DLC trailer, but they ask you, "Where's America?" Like they don't know. They're like, "Where's America?" It might have been like right when we got in at the very start of the game, and it was an NPC that doesn't know where America is. But that alone kind of tells you, if no one knows where America is, like if she's the goddess of the land and no one knows, and they're saying who broke the Elden Ring, right, when her army with Rykard's attacked in the trailer. It's like the questions end up giving you answers. They don't know who broke the Elden Ring, but when you start the game, you see that it's America breaking it and Radagon repairing it, right? Which is, again, he's repairing it because he is rebirth and love of the Golden Order. So, like, the runes are put inside of him. So, it only makes sense through the lie of the Golden Order that Corrin finds on his quest, where he's like, they don't know where Radagon is in the Golden Order. Well, the golden spells are telling you that Radagon is America, because that's the Golden Order of things. And then when you find the truth, right, you tell him that Radagon's America, but then he goes to the Fire Giants, and he's like, no, actually, Radagon is a giant, and Marika is probably an Albinoric, right? Because he sees the Albinoric. From this point, it's the same thing that Goldmask does. I didn't even realize it, but here, I'll just prove it. That crazy invisible bridge theory is actually confirmed because you do the same thing as Goldmask by using it. He doesn't understand everything until he views it from above. This is Goldmask's perspective. He can see the Albinorics from over the hill, right? He sees Latenna's town, right? The Albinorics town of silver in the snow. He sees the Fire Giants were suppressed, right? And the original Crucible. He sees the Golden Order tree, right? He knows they just came through the graveyard, right? Because they had to have walked through the bridge to get to that one way at the end there. In the middle of the screen, that bridge. So if they're looking at all of this, then they could just piece it together, right? Oh my god, Marika doesn't want you to come up to the mountaintop of giants, because looking down you see all of the giant architecture through the land, and that it's their land we've stolen, right? So that's why Goldmask is like, no, the Golden Order is lying, Marika isn't Radagon. And then Corrin's like, no. That doesn't make sense, because the Golden Order is telling you that Marika is fusing with Radagon because she's an Albinoric, right? But they're not. They only know that because it is the same order that sealed away Mesmer and all of them, right? Whoever made that statue, right? They said they had a statue maker glimpse the secret of Marika or Radagon. Which is, that is a secret that Marika allowed them to see, right? That's the thing that they wanted the people to know. Because the Pope knows that, but not that Radagon was remade by the rune of rebirth and all these other things we pieced together. The Pope believes the lie that Marika is the god, and he kind of is suspicious now, and the way his tone of questioning all of that makes total sense. And Enya's facetious tone of like, oh, I'm listening to the fingers. It's like, sure, the fingers are talking, but they're full of shit. She knows it too. Everyone that's really high up has a weird tone about the fingers and the whole order of things, because they would know that all this is bullshit, because they would have been around when the old world was sealed away. Like Radagon. He would have had to have been around. Horalu, he would have had to have been around, right? Nefelilu, she would have had to have been around, because she smelled an ancient storm, the one that attacked Farum Azula before the Age of the Erd Tree, right? Because the first thing that they did was attack the giants. They say that. The first war was with the giants. And then after that, the second husband shows up with red hair and is a fire giant. All of his kids have fire giant traits. So it's like it's pretty obvious how it loops back in on itself. But now that we've done that, let's go complete the DLC. I just wanted to explain my pathing through this place. And why Mikola is the bad guy. Because of him abandoning this power. Did I not grab the grace over there? Fuck me. Well, we already got the thing. We'll come back for it. We don't need to run back.
Righteous tarnished. Well, I am to think there was a cross left in such a faraway place, and the deep purple water lilies would be blooming there. This can only mean kindly Mikola has divested himself even of that, his adoring other self, his blossom of slumber.
His adoring other self. That's a very particular adjective.
Tarnished.
He doesn't adore anything anymore?
Righteous tarnished.
So everyone was supposed to be put off by Moog in the original, so that they wouldn't side with Ansbach and seek the truth. But if you were curious like me about Mikola being evil, I sided with Ansbach kind of on accident, just because I was like, well, we'll leave him alive because we never know, Mikola might be evil. And then he tells you at the end, yeah, Mikola's evil. Like, he doesn't even mince words. It's like, well, fuck me, I guess.
Welcome. You come, you enjoy. I.
Huh. Cool, thank you, Moore.
Goodbye.
Is Needle Knight Lita here yet? Or are we gonna have to kill a boss or two more?
In battle.
I'm going to mark things that I need to do. This guy, then Rolana. Yeah. We kind of did all the quests now in the DLC in the right order. Now we can just fucking slam through. I'm going to grab the graces here now because we're going to come back here later. And also, it thematically matches and narratively matches the playthrough, right? The lore that I'm trying to explain, that America is lying, right? If Mikola has this rune of love inside of him compelling other people, and the Turtle Pope says we can't explain why America was able to compel Radagon away from his wife, essentially, and then the next child is Mikola, right? And Melania of Scarlet Rot, it ties together the Solar Society, Scorpions, and this realm, right? It literally connects them because they're twins with the powers of the Scorpions and the Death, right? I'm just trying to break these. Thank you. Can you go to sleep? That's not right. I kind of wanted that St. Trina's lily. It's a deep purple lily. And then this explains why people talk about, oh, Saint Trina was around. What element are you? Hit me. You're probably sleepy purple slime, whatever. Why Saint Trina existed before Mikola. That's what people said. There was like a fully grown Saint Trina, and there are depictions of it. And it's like, if this is ancient, how does anyone know what a fully grown Mikola would look like? But it's like, no, that's from Saint Trina before they were ripped out of the Elden Ring from down here by Marika, stopping death and compelling with love Radagon, the Giant King, right? That was reborn. And the only way you can be reborn is if you have the rune of unborn put inside of you, right? Or you have it, right? That's what we get from the amber egg entrusted to that makes so much sense now. The amber egg. Everyone said it looks like the piece of Estelle. If Estelle was called down by the Noxstellan Nox people, that's why they were punished. They would be pulling the fates out of the stars, right? That's so goddamn good. Estelle connecting to the rune of unborn, right? That explains why all of the other Estelles aren't energized when you find them, right? And when you kill them, nothing happens. It's meaningless to kill them. But when you find the one Estelle who would be connected to Renala with that amber egg of rebirth is what empowers the stars, so that's why that Estelle is colorful. And the other ones aren't. It's because she stole the glintstone from the Nameless City, which is star energy, right? She's punishing them, naturally punishing them, for fucking with the fate of stars. Again, it explains why Radagon would have the rune of the unborn at that time, because the Noxstellan ancestors, the astrologers, that's what I should say, heretical rise, called down the stars and just fucked everything up. That's why they were punished. Because America and everyone were afraid of bugs? Are you fucking kidding me? That's what the story breaks down into? I was like, Radon holds back the sky out of fear of what's coming. It's just the natural cycle of things. And I was like, oh, it's just because they look weird? Oh my god, are you serious? It's again with the racism ties. They're just scared of bugs. Space bugs, but bugs. They're just scared of bugs. That's why that's why all of the bugs are oppressed and sealed away in the Shadow Realm. The fucking scorpions, the ants, if they could have, but Melania was born with scarlet rot because of Estelle burrowing so deep. Marika probably didn't even know about him. But the astrologers would have known, the Nox people who were forced underground by Marika, and they hide from the fingers. They would have never told Marika that the thing you fear most is underground and powering us, right? That, oh, okay, again, it all makes sense. And maybe not, well, yeah, powering them, because she's holding the amber egg, and underneath them is the star, and when you beat Estelle, you get the key for the back of, or you get the ring for Ronnie in Raya Lucaria. So you have to kill Estelle and then go right back to the room that I'm talking about. So they want you to kill Estelle, see the amber stars, and then see the amber star shard that the stars amber, right, is what is dictates. Alright, this is what it is. I could say it now. Glintstone. I remember selling. Glintstone is the amber of the stars, and amber glintstone dictates the fates of the gods. That's actually what it is. So the holding of the amber stone that was entrusted by Radagon means that he was a god at some point that entrusted her with this egg. And even though he was human, he had it, and it came from, again, a feat of strength. Beating Estelle, probably, or just, like, fighting back the stars, which is what his child takes the role of, holding back the night sky. Radon is literally holding the night sky, and then when you beat him, the meteorite crashes that allows you into Noxtella for all of these answers. God damn. So again, if you do a level 1 playthrough, you have to do it linearly, and then you will see the layout. Like, this is the path they wanted you to discover things. What is the story it's trying to tell you? It's actually nuts. So we got the teleport to Mikola, or St. Trina, but we aren't able to go in yet. This way might take me to the fingers. Am I crazy? Or is there no drop there? I thought there was a drop. And then there being multiple finger crash sites is because of the astrologers. Ah. Little ramp. Very subtle. Calling down the star and everything raining from the heavens, right? It's like alien to them. They don't know what these magical things are. The amber and glintstone. So the finger creepers being associated with the sky is more of death, right? I'm assuming it's the finger creepers. You are what you eat. So the finger creepers have to eat the like they land on a planet of giants and normal people. So as they're a fungus on the corpse is what the fly is trying to tell us, right? The fly fungus or whatever the fuck. The corpse is eaten by the fungus, and the giant fungus is from the giants that were eaten by the meteorite fungus. And that's not speculation. You loot an alien fungus in this exact zone, the finger creepers, and it tells you that the fingers are pretty much from outer space, or that they're a fungus. It tells you that these fingers are fungus in this zone when you loot the item. So if there were if it was a giant planet with Newman that traveled through the fog because they died, presumably, and then the Newman and the Beastmen and the dragons and everyone had a whole society, which is what you have to unify. You need Bach, you need Raya, you need the demi-human Beastmen, and the snake Beastmen. Now I get it. So you need Raya of the dragon lineage, the lion, the solar magma earth, and then you also need, or just, no, it's like 3. You have the magma earth mortal clay, and then you have the solar and lunar, because that's what the alchemical imagery it's all based on has. You have a dragon in the night sky trying to consume the stars. Stars are glintstone. You have a dragon in the sky trying to consume the stars. That would be Placidusax. And then again, in the alchemical imagery, it's a bunch of snakes to represent this dragon, like a twin-headed snakes, three-headed snakes, four-headed snake. So that's why Placidusax has 4 heads. It's not because of the 5 fingers. It's because he's supposed to represent all aspects of humanity: the mind, the body, the spirit, the soul. That's the 4 aspects, right? Or in the 3 original, it is the soul, the spirit, the soul, and the body. So there are 3 snakes that when they unify, there's a separate 4th snake in the other hand, making 4 snakes that the Rebus conquers, that are actually dragons that represent aspects of humanity. So they conquer the dragons, and that's what Placidusax being beaten means. So they've conquered aspects of humanity, like the mind, body, and soul. I think that's actually what it's supposed to represent. Mind, because they use a lot of the like multi-armed symbolism by, like, what the fuck is it called? Da Vinci. The 4 arms, the divine spacing and mathematic equation, the order of your body, right? The mathematic order of things. That explains why Radagon's got the perfect position for, like, the man, right? What is it, the centurion man or some shit? No, the guy who's just standing like that in the paintings that everyone knows, where you know. Well, let's see. Vitruvian man. Wow, I was actually really close. I was making a joke. This guy. That's Radagon. That's his order pose. So now all of the multiple limbs make sense. When you attain godhood, you get the 4 limbs. So Ronnie dying and attaining godhood by becoming a spirit and traveling beyond the stars and coming back, she has 4 arms, right? So she is the true good ending. She's the divine. And then the only other person we meet that's doing that is Mikola, but he is stealing your success. So again, in the Society of Crucible, the strongest survive and do the things. He is guiding everyone, but not killing anyone. And then you have to kill people to get through, because again, he's betraying and killing others, like Radon and Moog and Melania and all the base game people, right? Rykard and Ronnie were also part of the Black Knife Assassins plot. He's got the Black Knife Assassins. He leaves them behind to become a god as well. So he betrays pretty much everything and all of the other gods to do this. So again, we have to piece this shit together to even enter this zone, I think. How the fuck do we get here? I hate this zone. Just gonna get that out of the way now. Oh, and in New Game Plus, you wouldn't want the items, so you're more encouraged to finish the story positively with all the people, because you already got the best item ending, essentially, in the first playthrough. You wouldn't really need, or you finish your build, so you wouldn't need any other extra build shit from all these people. It begins to make sense. I don't think there's a way through from here. But also it makes sense why there aren't any graces. Because there are no roots. The fungus is eating the root. right? That's where their gold comes from. So you kind of have two sides. You have the fungus side of nature and the night, and the Erd tree side of, like, the world. Oh, and this could explain where the giant snakes come from, because there are fucking giant snake eggs everywhere. So, another outer god. And what is a snake but a finger with a mouth, huh? I bet you that's the joke. Also, there are a bunch. It's what these enemies literally look like. They're just fingers with mouths. I was cracking the joke, but then I was like, oh wait, damn. Miyazaki beat me to the joke. With this guy's design. It's a leech. It's a finger, snake, mouth, fungus. It's like all of the things that we said combined into one. Something that leeches off people. It's not a snake, you silly gooses. That's a leech mouth. Light pink mushroom resembling a wizened finger. Material used for crafting items. Light pink mushrooms. Exceedingly rare to find. Used to by those who wish to become fingers to induce hallucinations. What? Used to by those who wish to become fingers to induce hallucinations. They call these mushrooms the stillborn of the two fingers. Jesus with the names there. Alright, well... Remember how I said that, like, the life of those who were unable to pass? Or every life is sacred, right? Even if it dies in the womb, is what the game is trying to tell you with Renala's golden egg. It's like, oh, even though it's still meaningful, it's a meaningful death, right? It's sometimes sadly a natural part of the world, right? If we didn't have modern medicine, a lot of women would die, right? That's why we need things like abortions. Getting political for a second, but no, actually, that right there, the name, you can't really not with a name like that. Jesus fucking Christ, stillborn of the two fingers, and then the star. Amber Shard, as I was saying, is the, like, their unborn child. They birthed a rune. So it's probably like they didn't know that they were going to birth a rune, like Fia and Godwin, right? They were expecting a child. So when they had a child, it was a rune that they birthed, right? And she cherishes the rune like it is her child. And we know that runes are souls. So if she gives birth through Radon, or Radagon, if Radagon and Renala's first child is the unborn rune, again, it's like Fia and Godwin's quest line showing you. She says, I'm going to sleep with Godwin, and I'm going to birth a rune, the Prince of Death, right? So take it and be gone, right? Mend the rune, mend the circle, and allow the undead to live in this land. Because, again, like, life in any weird way is sacred. I think that's what... I'm almost gonna cry. No, but I think that's why you have to embrace the frenzied flame. And then you have to abandon the frenzied flame. Because... it's like what I just was going through in real time. I understand, Miyazaki. You want to burn the world for being all fucked up and dark and evil, right? But then Melina, the one who has to die, is begging you, just cherish those who could be born. Right? Even if they aren't. Just let them the chance to be born. That's what she's saying. So it's an allegory for don't have kids if you're not ready. She was not ready for children, America, and all of this happened. Oof. But damn, no, it is good writing. It's like, I only laugh because it's making me uncomfortable. It's like, holy fuck. A name like that, you can't help but piece it together, right? Yikes. the only other stillborn entities in the world, right, of Elden Ring. One, the Rune of Death via the Deathbed Companion. She gives you the rune she gives birth to with Prince of Death because he has half of the rune, she has half of the rune. She has deduced that because he hasn't died a full death and the rune isn't back in the Golden Order, that's why she attacks the Golden Order and kills D. Right? So I bet D... Where is it? You find him along a bridge right here. Yep. You find the other half here in the Siofra Aqueduct right before the Great Waterfall Basin. Right? So they are in the cycle of the centipede of death. The whole centipede of death. And then that dagger is them breaking the world. They were part of the breaking, right? That's why there are two Ds. There's life and death. And then it's even his story sad. It's like you can't blame anyone, right? You can't even be mad. You just have to be mad at the world and do your best to fix it. So that's again why I think I know where the 7th ending is, because the more you analyze the story, it's like, ah, I see. But I only was piecing this together based on the information of the playthrough, right, that you do as a level 1. America's the bad guy, so is Mikola. Just thought I'd say that again. Do the ends justify the means? To Rolana. In the story, we've circled back to nighttime, and now if you go where they want you to, you're fighting Carrion Manor and the lunar powers of death. I understand. Michael Zaki. Michael Zakiaki. That's his true name. No one wants you to know. It's not Hidetaka. Yeah. Miyazaki. Ow. You just need to give yourself health, and then you're fine. I wonder if I just if I went like full damage and walked through the story. Like if I went back to Rolana or Renala and rebirthed myself. God, I wish I was one-shotting things though. Wouldn't it be so much easier? I think story-wise, you should rebirth because you use all of the runes and then you have them within you, and then you can unify in perfect order having used them. So what would you need to do? You would need to use a rune arc. No, because you break the rune arc to gain power, right? Again, it's kind of like the borrowed power thing. You don't actually combine it with the rune that you have. If you like combine them together, I'd be like, okay, you're repairing the rune, so that's... I abandon here the flesh of my body. Alright, fine. Oh, come on. Just to get him on the ground. He wanted it. I could have reset. I saw the grace come back. Like, grant this man mercy. I was like, nah, I'm gonna fucking kill him. This is it. Game's like chugging along just because of the zone we're in. Silly dogs, I have fingers. Shortcut. This is like the most traditional Demon Souls, Dark Souls shortcut. I was like moving something. Alright, let's see how much easier it is now that I have all of the practice from yesterday running through this shit. I know that's the only thing I need to kill. That's one death. Alright, dude. Look. I want a clean, good fight, alright? If you are in danger, you need to return to your corner. And if you want to continuously fight to the death, we do it. Wake up, buddy. Who dares? Someone just shot me in the side. Think I could do... Oh, he doesn't even have a shield. All right. I pressed roll, but I guess it was coming off of the hit stun, so it just didn't matter. Sometimes when you do it, Like if they hit you and you're blocking and then you actually block the attack and you take a bit of damage, you can't roll. Like for that little time frame of the animation, like if you try to backstep like that, it won't do anything. You have to like spam it and like really fast until the opening finally shows up. It's a bit hard, but it's not a glitch, it's just unreliable timing, right? He hit my shield, so even though I pressed roll when I would have normally dodged, it's coded into the game that my dodge is eaten there. It's not like an input eat, like the game is lagging and I don't know why I press the button. Sometimes that happens and it's upsetting. Okay. Where you at, buddy? No shot. What? My game is lagging so bad all of a sudden. It's because I'm on the corner or on the edge of like two zones. There's the Carrion Manor zone beyond where there's like an elevator behind me. God damn, dude. Right here in this room, it's loading. It's called culling. C-U-L-L-I-N-G. If it isn't in render distance or if it isn't on camera, it disappears, your computer stops rendering it, and then when you are going into a zone that loads a new scene connected to the one you just came from, it now loads that in and then has to cull it. So, because I was on the edge of two, it kept loading in the area I'm standing now, and then rendering it, because I would look outside the door, and then just facing sideways to my right out the window, the next zone is visible, so it was rendering both zones. That's why the game got so choppy, but only in that room, right? And now it's like, it's moving fine. It's because it's like right on the edge of two things. I don't want to blame that input eat on that, but that does suck. That is exactly what happens, though. If it starts to chug along and load like 50 different scripts all at once and kept trying to, you know, change it up, load new things and also randomize what he's doing, and then also read your inputs to move your character around and shit, it gets hard. And then there was another guy off screen shooting me, so it's like there's a character off screen who it's trying to update the AI for, right? It's like that's normally not supposed to happen, but that's a glitch, right? If they're off screen shooting you from an area where you no longer have aggro. Normally when you walk past a certain point, enemies just walk away. That's why the guys that I just ran by stopped chasing me. That guy's gotta go. That's fine. I don't know why they keep interrupting the fight. They never normally do, but I'm gonna change to blood after this as well. I realize that I'm stuck on sacred. And these guys are normal humans. It wouldn't really affect them. It's good against undead. Like 3 times as strong. And also it makes sense why it's so strong against undead, because the goddess of undeath has forsaken death for eternal life, right? So she doesn't... She doesn't like the undead. She doesn't like death. Oh my god, it's so fucking laggy right here. What is happening? Is there... Oh, it's also loading that. It's like, because it's technically outside too. That's the entire, like, next half of the game. Like, all the way up until Mesmer. Like, and beyond. That up in the distance is what it's trying to show me. I'm like, what is it loading? What is happening right here in this fucking one little corner that's causing the game to lag? It's actually just trying to be like, look how beautiful the game is. You fucking suck. Stop. Stop. Okay? Make it foggy until after the fight. Fog wall. What is happening? Now it's like getting laggy before we even get near the fucking room. This is starting to get choppy. It's a corrupted file here. No. What is actually though? Oh, we lost the 6 million runes because I didn't even go after them. That's funny. I mean, we can blame it on the glitch though. The game is actually choppy. I'm pressing the loot button and it didn't even loot, so it doesn't get more choppy than that. Pressing buttons and then they're not going through. Normally with a dodge, it sounds like, oh, I don't know if it was a dodge because the timing was off. But when you're looting something, there's no canceling an interact menu as you're walking up to it, right? So it doesn't. That's not possible. Like this right here, I just press Y and interact. The only way I could make it gray is if I'm doing something actively. So the fact that I ran up to, Jesus Christ, these guys, the next area, and then I pressed Y on a loot and it didn't loot. That's a confirmation that it's eating inputs, which is depressing. I was actually about to go back there and fight the guy after I changed to blood, but now that I know that it's eating my inputs, that's the one thing that's unforgivable. If it's lagging so bad that when I press a button it doesn't fucking work, and there's no way to fix it, right? It's just the game is lagging. Only in that one section, like right here is fine, then fuck that section. We fought him before and I was wondering why it was so hard, but now I see what was happening. That's like when you press roll and then your character just does this. Right? You're dead. You press the roll, nothing happens. That's an input eat. I press it, it eats the input. I can't do the thing I pressed because the timing is off. Especially with a lag too. Like it's giving me frames, but like if the frame that's frozen is the one where they start the attack and all of the timing is thrown off, like if they go boom, but the point of them bringing their arm back to swing is the point of lag, then it is the next frame going to just show me starting to get attacked. Because it wasn't like just stuttering and showing every frame, it was like eating frames. We were like it was like stuttering for me where like my character was like teleporting around, so I don't know how it was showing up on there. Not worth it. I'm not fucking trying to fight the goddamn CPU and the GPU, you know? Computer player on top of the fucking processor. No thanks. I'm not trying to fight my graphics card. I'm trying to fight Rolana of the Full Moon. Thank you. How much damage does this do? I also might die on purpose real quick just to get my blood slash back. That's also kind of why I'm not doing any damage. Can you kill me, lady? Thank you. We were doing so good. 6 million runes lost to stuttering frames. I'm a little depressed about that, not gonna lie. We were doing so well, I almost carried all of them to the end of the game. And then we died because they wanted to show me something fucking 90 miles away on the other side of the map. Like, look how smooth it's running right here in this room. Right? Like, my character's walking. You can see the fucking cloth flowing off of his side. It's like, my computer works fine when you're not trying to load the whole map. What the fuck is wrong with you, right? It's like, that we can barely see anything, and you're trying to load the whole map. We're in a fucking box with walls halfway. There's just no roof. Well, it's like, why are you trying to show the whole map right here? So dumb. I could only tell because I moved my camera up and then I saw that everything was rendered outside. There was no fog. Like I could see to the end of the map. It's like, okay, so it's loading the whole map right now. Because I can look down at the rest of the map, and that the upper part I'm looking at is the next half. It's like that's fucking. That's a dumb way to die, right? Seek down then visions of tower. Oh, so you can skip? Maybe. This is a death drop for sure. Can't call my horse. Yeah, it's actually even outside running way smoother than it was in that little fucking room. Like, what the hell is wrong with it? I'm actually loading the whole map now, and it's still running smoother than that fucking shitty box. It's like nothing is rendered, right? Like, I'm looking at the walls. Why is it stuttering? It's because the walls, as someone who programs, I've been learning a lot about GPUs and how things process on computers. It's because there's a lot of windows. You see that window off to the side? It has to load all the shit outside, but also everything in front of it and between as it skirts, right? Like, as it moves around, it starts to render the outside and then it stops rendering the outside. So if you have a bunch of ramparts, like that room is made up of, that you fight that guy outside, but it's really just it's a room missing the roof, it renders the whole fucking outside. Like, everything is rendered because it's trying to do the window, but also it's rendering the walls. So as you move it around, it's fucking with it. It's like, oh, which pixel color is supposed to be where, right? Like, that's why the fog is important, because then you kind of confuse the computer and say, just make it all kind of one color, so that way the rendering is a little easier and you don't have to worry about depth so much, right? You can hide the textures. There's a thing called level of detail. So it's like the further it is, the less detailed it is. That bridge is probably the same bridge size-wise. You know, it actually is over there, but it's got like 5 polygons as opposed to 20,000. And 20,000 is probably like an understatement. With how beautiful those giant walkways are, there's probably millions of polygons in this entire render. But that's what I mean. Like, the only thing that lagged was me looking down the map. But then it's running smooth again. That's the problem, right? Now my character running across here is trying to render the trees in the depth. It starts to lag, right? It's because it's like, wait, oh, I don't know how far all that is. Wait, give me a sec. But then if I'm looking right here, smoother. Because it's just a fucking rock, and everything behind it is invisible and cold, except to the right and that way. That's why when I start peeking this way, it starts to stutter again. But that is, and again, like I could tell you why and when it's gonna stutter. Any gamer can. That's why it's stupid to make a boss room where it's like, this is the worst stuttering I've ever fucking experienced. Like that, I just pressed Y like 5 times right there. What the fuck is happening? After a certain amount of hours, the game just starts eating my inputs. Like, I almost fell off of the platform because I'm like pressing Y and he won't get on the fucking ladder. Like, I can't. It doesn't get more direct than that. Why are you trying to fucking kill me? It is beautiful. That's death, right? I mean, that's back where we just came from. There's no reason to go that way. This way is a way we cannot get to. Oh, wait. No, that's probably death. Yeah, that's a death drop. The forager. If you're at the top of a tall tree You know you're gonna die if you fall. That doesn't look too bad, actually. Tree. Yeah, actually, tree. I see another one of Mikola's. Okay. I'm gonna get some water. Then we're gonna kill God. This is when the game actually starts to get difficult. I know I pretty much one-shot all the bosses, but it's a good cleanse to lose that 6 million runes, because we were gonna lose it anyway up ahead. Ah. But it's fine. I'll be right back. All right. Wait, my Ash of War. Trying to think, what seems to be the best way to do this, huh? We are a Blood Knight, Seeker of Truth. It seems like that is what the game wants you to do, dare I say. Be sure to leave a like if you can. Hold on. I risked it. I'm not gonna lie. I was like, can I hit her in the bubble? It's the dumbest way I think I've ever died. I was like, I think my slash could reach her there. And then I hit, and I realized it was too late. Like, I was dedicated to the hit after I did it. We did pretty good for, like, an actual try with the blood slash. Alright. Mimic, me and you. Cool. Damn it. I tried to sprint. I fucked up entirely there. It was my bad. It wasn't the game. I was trying to sprint when they held their last attack, but then I let go too early. So I rolled instead, and then you can't like reverse that timing. If you roll too long, then you're gonna take the damage. Huh. The mist of summoning the Albinoric mimic tier actually damages people. Noted. No, come on. It's because of the camera angle. I fucked myself. I mean, we lived, though. I honestly, I'm not trying as hard now that I'm leveling, but I should be trying harder. These bosses are like, we walked through the first half of the game, and now it's like super hard. Also, holy shit, we immediately got 500,000 I guess now you can see why I wasn't really sweating the souls, and I wasn't like, oh my god, the whole playthrough is ruined. I'm like, oh, 6 million souls, yeah, whatever. I bought everything off of every NPC already that I've come across, because we have millions of souls and we haven't leveled. So I mean, Monk's missive. Now the story progresses.
Hello again. Did you meet my compatriots? They're quite the congregation, from places as far and wide as you can imagine. Doubtless it'd have all come to blows at first glance, were it not for the charm kindly Miquella put upon us. This is what allows us to serve together, the work of a living God. Wondering about the horn scent, are you? True enough. In any other circumstance, he'd be at our throats. Long ago, Queen Marika commanded Sir Mesmer to purge the tower folk, a cleansing by fire. It's no wonder the horn scent holds the Erdtree in contempt. That aside, man is by nature a creature of conquest, and in this regard,
Disagree.
the tower folk are no different. They were never saints. They just happened to be on the losing side of a war, but it's still a wretched shame.
That right there makes me question some things. The fact that she feels bad, you know, it's like that's the thing. She doesn't want to have to fight the horn scent. It's the imposing your will on others like we see at the end. It's like just because she's a good person or shows to be a good person for like a second doesn't mean everything else isn't a lie. That's the problem. She again, good intentions. The path to hell is paved with good intentions. She might think she's fighting for good, but she's really just continuing the bad cycle of Marika, right? Miquella is just continuing what Marika did. Or no, doing what Marika did to start a new cycle. So it's like, again, killing people, all this stuff. Because the first thing that happens here, we'll disprove it in a second as well.
In any long ago, a cleansing's no wonder that aside, and in this regard, that they were never saints, they just happened to be still a wretched shame.
But it's still a wretched shame. I don't even know what she's referring to as being shameful. Like, it's still a wretched shame. Like, it's a damn shame, you know? But I don't know what she's referring to. We'd have to look for the commas and periods. Hold on.
It is what binds us to. Wondering about the horn scent. True enough. In any other
So this is a continuation.
long ago, Queen Marika commanded Sir Mesmer to purge the tower folk.
Mm-hmm.
Cleansing by fire. It's no wonder the horn scent holds the Erdtree in contempt. That aside, man is by nature a creature of conquest, and in this regard, the tower folk are no different. They were never saints. They just happened to be on the losing.
Oh, okay, now I understand. You're saying it's still a wretched shame that man is now, like the way that the sentence is written out, that man is naturally wanting to conquest people, and all of this had to happen. I see. I disagree. It didn't have to happen. The thing is, she said, the only thing that turned me on her just now is she says man is by nature like wanting to conquest. It's like, no, right? Like, just no, that's taught, hopefully, right? So she's wrong in that regard. And then later on, a little bit of spoilers, up the hill, when the seal is broken. She pretty much just wants to kill everybody.
Not evade the flow
Oh.
of mesmer.
Alright, I guess this is gonna be. Oh, what the fuck? 5 heals? Didn't I already kill you? Can you just stay over there? Fuck, his is attack. His attack's faster. This game sometimes.
How could this be?
Cause you're a whack $30 haircut. So they're burning the dead. That's what these pyres are for, right? That is the sacred ritual that America has banned from this old crucible society. You grant them an honorable dead and then you burn them because you don't want the stagnance of the fly rot people to infect and then cause a mushroom infection like the fingers that drove the dragon crazy that ate the demigod. Okay, I understand now, Miyazaki. Holy shit, that's a complicated story, but damn. So you can, like America in the good way, unite everything, but unlike America, you don't have to wage a war to do so. You go and do it yourself, right? You are the strong one who's strong enough to go and seek the people, right, who are the local demigods, claim their runes for your own, right? Mikola can't, right? Because Radon has a stronger will than him. He can't just make Radon do what he wants, right? That's why he sends Melania there to kill him, because... and that's why they wage war. The hell is that? A great rune has been broken, and so too is a powerful charm. So a powerful charm. I wonder, does that mean Melania's? I always suspected Melania was controlled. I guess now we can find out. And now to a powerful charm. Elden Ring. Okay, just making sure I didn't miss anything. We kind of progressed a little bit too far, but not really. We didn't prevent ourselves from getting that ending. We just missed a line of dialogue from Ansbach, which would have also confirmed my theory, where he says, "Oh, I understand Mikola's true intent now." Let's go back and see if they're still there and talk to everybody.
Kindly Mikola has discarded his great rune. The fog that vexed my aging faculty.
So he could have done that the whole time.
And follies better left forgotten haunt me once again.
He just didn't want to die.
In an attempt to free Lord Moog from his enchantment, I challenged tender Mikola, only to have my own heart rather
Ah.
how weak I was. I believed that with sufficient mastery, even an Empyrean would be within reach of my blade.
You're right.
More mistaken.
You need anyone else to tell you that Mikkel is evil?
Righteous tarnished. Mickle of the kind makes my blood run cold. I am loath to admit it, but even at this very instant I wish to run very far away indeed. Righteous tarnished, I am...
I don't feel it. It's broken. Kind Michaelis light is gone, but I stand tall.
Yeah, you do.
We work
Yes, we do.
for Michaela the Kind.
Ooh.
I don't. Our mother abandoned her brood. She did not love us. We are her children. What should we do? Must we be sad forever?
I don't know.
I don't know either. We meet again.
I'm still looking for answers.
Righteous tarnished, I am...
So the guy looking for truth, who was also part of the lineage of blood, right, Mogwin's dynasty, said that Mikola betrayed Moog, essentially taking him over, and he wanted to go fight Mikola, and then was possessed, right? And he was scared. And now that the rune is broken, he was like, Mikola's fucking crazy, dude. So Ansbach also tells you what I've been telling you. Mikola's a bad guy, but we'll go through his quest line to get there. Freya? Piolier? Uh-oh. Oh, okay.
Oh, there you good. If you happen to see Lady Leda, tell her that I'm striking out on my own. Don't
Good.
worry. I've no mind to cross any of you.
She's got like Princess Leia buns on her helmet.
It's etched into my very flesh. It's only... there's something that I must know. Kindly Mikola spoke of the vow he once made with General Radahn, and it is here the vow shall be honored. I am a Redmane. I must know the nature of the vow. I'll be out on my own for some time.
So that right there kind of confirmed too. They're telling you to question the nature of the vow at the end of the game, the cutscene that were shown.
I'll be out on my own for some... there's something I must know.
You won't become my enemy. I needn't ask. My goal is to keep as many people alive as possible. And I think that's the perfect order, right? That's why some people die at the end of their quests and give you good items. Is because it's not the perfect order to do their quest. Then you get a Siegmeyer character, gives you a shitty item, but he gets to live, or he dies and gives you a good item.
Even with the spell broken,
No, I was never affected because my will is my own.
haunted by memories.
Roar of Regalia, it's the bear that guides me.
Her visage, her senna, the lure of velvety sleep. Would kindly Mikola chasten me for falling for Centrina, while knowing that she was the discarded half? The problem is, I simply cannot help it. I would sacrifice everything just to gaze upon her one last time.
How many rooms do we have? Oh, I thought I had 5 million already. I was like, what the fuck? Sure. You never know.
Just give me the word if you need any more.
Don't know if I need it. Might as well buy it. And in case I need a second, because it gives me the option, I'm buying it.
I'm feeling rather lost of Centrina.
So now we know where to head towards, I believe.
I'm heading south. I've recalled something that Sir Moore said. He discovered deep purple water lilies blooming on the southern shore. That must be where St. Trina was left to wither away. I'm heading south to the shore.
The shore that Moore surely had to endure to learn more. Damn it. Okay. So he went south, which is fine. Jane, we just got to Egon. We finished his quest. Egon gets to get his white whale, which I'm sure Captain Ahab. Some characters like Melina are like metaphorically dead already, or spirits that you need to help kill to pass on, right? Like Hyetta is Irina, most likely. They look the same, right? It's the same character model. She just now is the Shabriri, right? She's the maiden possessing that body, like how Shabriri possessed Yura. It's kind of teaching you, you've known this guy, and now he's one of the frenzied flame spirits, right? You know, of chaos. It's just anything. It doesn't make sense, but it does kind of, which is strange. I think it does. I think it does make sense, but it's just like the whole thing is supposed to confuse you, is a better way to put it. Then Hyetta is Irina. There's a maiden. I think I was right, but in a roundabout way. I said Hyetta was Vike's maiden. Right? So if Yura gets possessed by Shabriri, a man spirit who was possessed by the frenzied flame, there is a church here of the frenzied flame village. This is Hyetta. And Vike killed her. And that's... He was embraced by the frenzied flame, and for killing, he was sealed away. He didn't get to complete the ritual, because these over Lord Contender's every jail. So you see, he was on his way to the frenzied flame, or the Mountaintop of Giants. So you have to do something with the frenzied flame and the Mountaintop of Giants. So we know that Hyetta has to die as well. So the only way to do that would be to complete the game normally, get Melina to pass, right? Because the game developers want you to experience all the bosses. So you have to find the legitimate way to get through everyone's story and encounter everything in a linear way in this open world, right? For the true ending that's in the game files, I think. Which is the absolute, right? The age of absolute, where you unify the frenzied flame and the two fingers. It kind of is talking about what I'm talking about. So you have to do the fire giant. But before you do Malekith, I think. I didn't want to do it too early. So Melin is still alive, and I was wondering how that affects the story. It doesn't really ruin the story. It's just a game developer hold. But now I'm understanding. If Shabriri was the most reviled man in human history, and then when you meet him, he's like, oh, don't murder the woman, right? He doesn't know Melina is a spirit. He thinks it's just a maiden that's accompanying us. He thinks it's our maiden. He thinks we're another tarnish, just like everybody else. He doesn't know us.
Chosen tarnished and would-be lord, dare to tread the path of true rigor. Spare the poor girl, and singe your own flesh in her stead. If you are prepared to show resolve and attain lordship through righteous hardship, then heed the words of Shabriri.
So now that I've accessed the Mountaintop of Giants, I'm not locked out of it, so I could keep Melena's spirit alive and Hayetta's alive. I guess maybe I'm doing the opposite. We keep everybody, as many people alive as possible, because then she becomes the Glowmide Queen, but we've unified everything. We aren't possessed by the frenzied flame. She can allow herself to be the spirit. The natural cycle can continue. This flame is never gonna go out. It's not like it's a matter of time. Like, oh no, she's running out of time. And we know from the jellyfish that you hang about when you have unfinished business. So she's only around because she needs to find her true purpose, why she was burned, right? She was burned because her mother was the Glowmide Queen and trying to hide that from her. So if we manage to do all of this, she remains and gets the power of the Glowmide Queen, right? That's what she ends up revealing in the end, is that she is the Glowmide Queen. So maybe, yeah. If you listen to him, you aren't going with the Golden Order, right? That's the point. We need to find Gold Mask here. Real quick. I realized that. We almost ruined the quest line because I didn't talk to him at a point. So. This is why we analyze the story. After we talk to him, we can go back to the DLC. Oh, fuck. Not right now. Did I just get turned around? No. Maybe you're supposed to become a dragon. If they're the only thing that survives in the fog when the world resets, maybe that's the point. To show your strength, you have to fight all of the dragons.
Spoken echoes linger here, words of Queen Marika, who vanished long ago. If you wish, I will share them with you.
Oh, the whispers of Queen Marika, who vanished long ago. Marika is missing.
In Marika's own words, hark, brave warriors. Hark, my Lord Godfrey. We commend your deeds. Guidance hath...
So we actually shouldn't let her burn herself because she still believes the Golden Order is lies.
the giants to the sword and confine the flame atop the mount. Let a new epoch begin, an epoch glistening with life. Brandish the Elden Ring for the age of the Erd Tree. We're almost there. The flame of ruin lies just ahead.
She calls it the Flame of Ruin, and it's the first cardinal sin.
Tender my thanks to Torrent, too. Thank you, Torrent. Please continue to lend your aid. Till the end.
This is making me think I don't actually even need to take her to the Mountaintop of Giants for the ending.
There
Oh no.
I act of my own volition. I have set my heart upon the world that I would have, regardless of my mother's designs. I won't allow anyone to speak ill of that, not even you.
Nice. That actually is a good thing. She's saying, I'm working on my own accord. Strangely, that's a good thing to be told by her. Because in a society about, like, being brave and strong and fucking fighting for yourself, she's saying, like, I don't give a fuck what you think. Hell yeah. Fuck what you thought! Alright, let's go and talk to Goldmask and Corrin and then get the fuck out of here. Back to the DLC. I almost missed a very key plot point because we got to the Mountaintop of Giants and I rushed into Mohg's Dynasty to the DLC. I killed too many bosses too fast. I didn't even realize. Oh, and the spirit trees are the things... I mean, might as well. I mean, might as well. We were just talking about this man, right? No mimic. Lord versus Lord. Would be useful to have my weapon out. So what, Vike was a Dragon Knight before he lost his mind? Nothing to sip on? Here's some blood. Different amber flask, sorry. Crimson flask. Of a different flavor. Death. No, good shit. That was a fun duel. Honestly, worth it lore-wise. Now we can read his shit, but that was to flex. And also because we were just talking about how he ties to this ending and all the stuff we were just discussing, and that's to remind you, hey, you remember Vike? The Madness, the Frenzied Flame? He's here. Maybe that's what happened. He, like, reached the end and a Shabriri, like, entity told him, hey, you shouldn't kill your maiden. Right? And maybe it's the opposite. The Frenzied Flame people down here ended up killing the woman in the church, and that's what drove him insane. And then Hayeta is trying to guide anyone. The dead maiden is possessing her, like Shabriri is dead and possessing Yura. Yura is now Shabriri, Irina is now Hayeta. So it's a different person. But the same body after they've died. That's why he's like, oh, you were familiar with this person? Sorry, he gave his flesh to me. He's like, I don't know who the fuck you are, but you know them? So we need to go this way. Right? Nope. That's towards the Giant's Fire. That's the end of the game. We don't need to do that yet. We made a right when we made a left, when we should have made a left. My brain, I guess, just wanted to fight Vike after I mentioned him. I don't know why the fuck we went that direction. Actually, I thought that is where you wind up. That rise right there. That is actually where you wind up. Just on the one tier difference above. And you have to go all the way around. You have to loop around Elden Ring style. Oh, I dodged that. Think I can just hit this shit? Whoever wrote that shit down there is the best. Pretty sure there's a guy up here. He thought he was the ambusher. Imagine just getting hit through the wall with blood. That is some fucking Nightmare on Elm Street shit. I just fucking killed him with like a horror movie death. He's like waiting on the staircase for millennia, hoping. That's insane. Actually, wait. We could probably warp out of here, huh? Yeah. Or... I told you it's an invisible bridge. All you have to do is see it in your mind. The invisible connection from the Giant Society to the Astrologers Society. They're across the way. You have to spiral through like every form of the lore here. There's a crucible tree in the spirit tree's graveyard with an Erd tree avatar protecting it. It's the demi-humans were here during the era of the crucible. So that's why they're here in these ruins, all of a sudden, out of place. And then those are the astrologer ruins that led to that one up the path that I just jumped out of the invisible, like, walkway to, you know?
Can't believe you've come all this way.
What's up with Gold Mask?
Gripped by a terrifying thought. The rhythms and calculus of the Master's finger betray a suspicion of the holism of the Golden Order
So they say the Golden Order is not holy.
that cannot be overlooked.
A lie.
How could this be?
Hmm.
Dread to even entertain the possibility. But somehow, I cannot cast aside my doubts about the Master. Tell me, have I simply lost my head? Only, if the Master were true to the Golden Order, why would he think to breach this forbidden mount of fire? Oh, Master, put my mind at ease. Dispel these fearsome thoughts. I want to place my trust in you, to be your scribe.
We're trying to keep everybody alive.
Is this
If you can't face the truth,
so that I
then
can
don't.
put aside these frightful thoughts? Would that I could. Would that I could.
The Golden Order is a lie. It's okay. And you know what, Gold Mask? Give him a hug, huh? You bring it on in. It looks like we're hugging him. All right, from that front angle.
It will make me forget, you say,
Yes.
that I can push aside these frightful thoughts.
Of the Golden Order's lies, you no longer have to be blinded. He gave his eyes up for the prophecy. Yikes.
May the Golden Order shine through you.
It will. If we can keep someone alive that knows the truth in our order.
It will make me forget, so that I can push aside.
Ironic. He has to forget. For someone to live who would have known. But actually it's better. I said we're trying to keep everyone alive, you know. Hayeta is already dead. I think that is the point of her quest, is that she's a spirit in a dead body. Hayeta. Jellyfisher spirits. This is the astrologer's stargazer's ruin. What are you if you're not an astrologer? Right? You promised when we were 14. That's depressing. That means they're gonna. It seems her name is Aurelia. We actually have to do this before we continue the DLC. Because I'm saying Melania is tied to it. And this is the zone we just got to. A seal was broken somewhere. The sorrow that flows from the untimely demise of a loved one is a tenderness shared by all, regardless of birthplace. Primal glintstone blade. Rudimentary glintstone users that eventually became the astrologers along this path, the truth of which is hidden through a broken invisible connection, which would have happened around Estelle coming through and being conjured, the amber, that Relana, Rhea, Lucaria, the astrologers from Celia, and all of them connect. Because there is a giant loop that this map is supposed to be. And that's why they are everywhere. That's why they got here, because they're supposed to also be here in the DLC. The Stargazers, the demi-humans, the katana-wielding demi-human man in Belarus jail. That's who we gotta go find now. So I'm saying there are I remember those are demi-human ruins sometimes, right? You can find the demi-human queens in there, a lot of them, like multiple demi-human queens in those ruins. And then they even say that they're demi-human ruins in Lindell, like when you finally go there. So those are the demi-humans ruins, right? DLC time, baby. We're back. Hopefully that all made sense as to why we're about to fight this guy. But when we get in there, hopefully it does. So the astrologers are actual descendants of the world. They're not like the Newman who showed up. So there are Newman who showed up, and there were astrologers who were just mortals from the demi-humans, right? Fuck. So, torturers This is what they used to, or this is what they do with the demi-humans in Castle Morn. Oh, and that explains the flesh blobs that are everywhere, because everyone's fucking related to these shaman albinorics now. So, like, death isn't possible, and they're all flesh monsters. You thought... Like, I didn't fucking remember. Wait. I will be one of the ones. He's gonna knock me down, but let's see if we could just write something. I passed it. No, oh no, we didn't. It's the last one. I write be wary of pursuit. And the guy is beating the fuck out of me. Alright, let's go. I know he attacked me. I was just messing around. I changed my message to fit the situation. I was warning myself. Jar people, shaman, or horn scent. They're all shaman. Remember, the shaman in the capital with the horns, not Lindell. It's gonna be confusing because they are all the same fucking thing. The horned shaman are the ones that shoot spirals at you right before the final boss in the DLC. They're also called shaman, like the underground shaman and the albinoric shaman women. I remembered. My controller rumbled. Whoa, oh no! No! My controller! It's on! No! Oh my god. God damn it, dude. I didn't like use my mouse, but the fucking controller was holding it. No, that's so stupid. That shit keeps happening. My controller doesn't have batteries, by the way. It's plugged directly in. When I say it dies, it just randomly decides to do that. Oh, we were so good that whole time. I got killed by a little jar dude, though, so he'll grow up to be a strong warrior, I'm sure. And now it's gone forever. I missed my opportunity to write a message there. God damn. I have like some phlegm something. Slime. That was the worst time for your controller to disconnect and just walk you straight into the wall. You're about to kill a monster and you have 1 HP. I'm like, no! Oh god! It's so sad because it's like, I was just thinking a bit ago how the controller's working. Like, hey, you know, it hasn't really disabled itself, so that's good. At least it didn't do it during the jumping puzzle. I wonder what the fuck that was though, because we were playing this whole time, like there's no... I wasn't like tabbed out or clicked to anything. Yeah, I would assume that the blood bubble enemy is weak to bleed. Just the mound of flesh. You... I'm putting you in timeout, mister. You're going in with the rest of them. Ooh. Jar explodes or nope? Ooh! Almost pushed me off the bridge. Oh, well. If I remember correctly, we just need to like hit this one. Oh, that's a big one. Oh, that's a giant albinoric woman. Huh. Most of them are the same size. That one was like really big. Unique enemy, but gives a little bit of lore context. All of these jar people are people in jars. Well, that was the wrong elevator. Sorry guys, wrong floor. Is this a shortcut back or a new item? Ah. Okay. Fuck. Double fuck. I thought it was gonna not let me in. I was like, it's gonna be a timing thing. Alright, Mimic. It's time for us to beat the fuck out of this moon-wielding katana bastard. Let's go. Oh god. That was actually insane. It was like they were attacking and I was walking into the boss room. I've never experienced a boss. Like, I thought Bale was fast earlier. I was like, damn, Bale hit me like right when I walked in the boss room. That's crazy. But he's a big dragon. Like, he can teleport the distance. This guy, or not teleport the distance. He can move the distance. But this guy actually teleported the distance. He immediately... Let's see. How the fuck did he get me so fast? That's insane, dude. I mean, he actually has a teleport. That's so funny though. He cheated. He heard me talking shit. Was like, no, we're gonna fucking attack you before you even get in. We're here for the true ending. Bully this monkey man. Thank you. He's more of a dog rat man. They call him monkey on the wiki, like all the comments, but I always viewed them more as like the rat people predecessor, like all humans are related to, right? That's what they think in terms of science. Like when the dinosaurs got hit, the rodents and mammal creatures emerged and started living, so like we're all technically rats if you're mammals. That's why it's written that way in Elden Ring. I'm not even making that up. That's actually why it's written that way, and that's really what it is. It's crazy. Alright, Bill Nye, let's keep going. Fort of Reprimand. I think this is the way into the shadows. It also looks like there's a drop there. They like to hide paths underneath things. Okay, so we need to allow Ansbach and Horn Scent and more and Theo to live. We need to make sure everybody lives somehow. Pillar Path Cross. It's very much guiding us towards this area next. The way that all of the characters have a tie to this zone because of Mikola, but also two of the characters have a storyline together, and it kind of resolves right now with Theo heading this way. So we now go into what I suspect was Stone Coffin Fisher. The original giants, like this is where they were throwing their corpses. The catacombs of giants. That's death. What's up in the underground? Right? I mean, that's kind of good. Sleepy slime? Ow. Whoa, my god. Alright, so these are congealed putrescents. Okay, I was about to say these are albinorics. This looks like, the albinoric mimicry. I think I missed an item back there. Target lock ahead, then praise. What is that thing? I have 2 health. My health bar is giant and I only have 2 health. They hit me twice and I'm dead. Gorgeous view ahead. This is actually so cool. Whoever designed this, oh, they really like that floor gimmick. Fuck. Weirdly shaped cave. So Ratmen were oppressed but in the Ever Jail, right? That's the katana-wielding demi-human, glintstone, primeval, astrologers, calling Estelle, blah blah blah. Okay, so yes, I know, I'm right. But I know this guy's got rat teeth, and that's why, and now it explains it. Oh, he coughs up sleep. He's got a sleep weapon. Alright, actually, now that I know that they're oppressed, these guys I could just run by them, right? Oh, Torrent. Oh, Torrent. So only places that are outside, but also have the... No, this place would definitely have rituals connected to death. Yeesh. I'm friendly. The jump cut to them all just hanging out back there. Oh yeah, we just got some pizza. Everyone's cool now. I hang with the rat men in the sewers. Carved words coalesce. I abandon here my love. Love, oh love, or seek love. I am going to write a true lore message now. First of all, because I do like writing messages in the haste of things. Templates. No love. No love ahead. In short, likely wicked sword. How's that for a lore message? I just summarized the entire game right there. If you have no love, the concept of love, right? They abandon here their love. If you abandon the concept of love, you're probably a wicked sort. There. With a single fucking finger message on the ground in the spot, I've conveyed to the community the truth. Everyone go upvote that message. All you have to do is put your multiplayer or your group password to slime. Just add one. Oh my god. I'm so weak. For New Game Plus. Probably just need a, Can I just block? It plays the death sound because they're spirits. Now I understand. I was like, why does it do like a tarnished player death sound when one of these dies? When they explode like that? It's because they're fucking souls. Hey, bird. Oh, and the death bird are supposed to have purple wings. That's cool. You get to see them without their color drained. The natural birds of prey. Hey. Revenge! So if this were the underground, alright, it makes sense. If this is the underground of the daylight giant civilization of the Fell Flame, then their coffins wouldn't be tiny like the normal people coffins of the Nox. They would be gigantic, right? And how do we know that this is connected with the giants and the Fell Flame aside from giant coffins? How else? Right, we need more than one tie to prove myself right, so I gotta go in the next room, and then we prove it, but, you know, that's kind of a running theme here. The victory lap of the DLC is gonna tell us we're right. Hello. I thought Nito was in a couple games ago. What are you? Blood? Ugh. Oh, nap time. So we need we need to confirm something like what is in the coffin, right? We would need a ghost of some sort to connect, maybe like the Lionel Misbegotten, right? Like it would have to go all the way back to Castle Morn to connect the Golden Order subjugating the demi-humans, right? If this was their original society. So actually, wait, no! I wanted him to cast something real quick. Rings of Radagon. Interesting choice of spell for this beast man. Oh, they're not the Rings of Radagon. They're the multi-layered Rings of Light. As if they're their own spell. Incantation of those who served Mikola. Produces a multi-layered ring of golden light and fires it forward, inflicting continuous damage on those struck by it. Charging it extends duration and increases potency. This light ring incantation was cultivated by a tradition separate from Golden Order fundamentalism. Huh. So if we compare that to the other rings of light, it should say something similar for all of them, right? Wait. You sneaky fucking slimes, you. Should have gave him a fair fight. I just went for him with low health. One of the incantations of the Golden Order fundamentalists. Okay. So that's not what that one said at the bottom there. It's the opposite. Separate from Golden Order fundamentalists, so it's not that. A gift from young Mikola to his father Radagon. One of the incantations of the Golden Order fundamentalists. Okay. So these are all from the Golden Order. One of the rings, Radagon's Rings of Light. One of the incantations of the Golden Order fundamentalists. Huh. A gift of gratitude to the young Mikola from his father Radagon. Produces a gold ring of light and fires it across a wide area. Charging it enhances range, okay. And yet the young Mikola abandoned fundamentalism, for it could do nothing to treat Melania's accursed rot. This was the beginning of unalloyed gold. Unalloyed. Unalloyed, right? No alloys, it's pure. Purification. And then, what's the opposite? Hold on, real quick. And this one I'm just gonna pull up immediately, just for... Red King, White Queen, Alchemy. What are the two processes called? Chemical marriage or conjunction. The rebus or the hermaphrodite is the product, or it's called the magnum opus. So what else? Wait. Oh, the Philosopher's Stone, right? The goal of alchemy, the creation of the Philosopher's Stone, is often linked to the union of the Red King and White Queen. That would explain why J.K. Rowling doesn't like trans people so much, because all her entire magic system is based on the Philosopher's Stone and the allegory of the divine hermaphrodite, the rebus. Anyway, as it is believed that the union is necessary to achieve the transmutation of base metals into gold and the creation of an elixir of immortality. So what is immortality in the process? Hold on though. We're gonna make it even more. We're gonna erase that. Damn it. Oh, they don't have either of them here. Alright, it's purification and putrefaction. I spelled that completely wrong, yeah. It's the Rebus, yeah. Elden Ring. So they're all trying to analyze the story. But so is Gold. How is alchemy supposed to be applied to Elden Ring if the most iconic of alchemy reactions, sulfur plus silver equals gold, is nowhere present? So, sulfur plus silver equals gold. The sulfur is the sun. That's the Radagon's lineage. The silver being the Noxtellan moon. That is the Albinoric lineage. If you mix Marika, the Albinoric Lady of Death, with Radagon, you get pure gold. Their child... Where is it? I don't have the needle right here. Shit. Well, I guess I gave it to Millicent. The gold needle is currently with Millicent. And I gave the other gold needle to Bach. Connecting the gold to Bach. The thread of gold. From pure gold to tainted gold. From Mikola, the tainted gold to the pure gold of Bach. Thank you, everybody, for coming to my TED Talk. They go through two processes of purification after putrefaction. Oh, and they have to be. They run out of the cave of Saint Trina. So if they abandon their body, Saint Trina, right? They abandon the flesh of Saint Trina in that corner of the cave. And also they have the other person. So who is the flesh riding a horse? Who would the skeleton riding a horse be? And all they did was eat other skeletons, right? They were eating people in their life. Here, Theoli, let's see how this helps. Who would this be if not Radon? To form the holy divine hermaphrodite in the final fight of the DLC. But that would only really work if it was a female spirit inside of a male spirit. Again, Mikola's a girl. I keep saying it. If Saint Trina is the flesh and is a girl, and he had to abandon that to become himself, right? That we fight at the end of the game, then his flesh was female. Right? That's the whole point. That's what they're trying to tell you with this cave boss fight. Also, putrescent night. It's so obvious now. I didn't even know. I was like, putrescent is a news. That's a word they could have picked. That's a good word. I like that word. It's a specific word. They're trying to give you the answers of how the alchemy and gold is tied together. Oh, we're gonna. Maybe not. I was like, we're gonna die. I wonder if the horse was supposed to fight you in Radon's boss fight. Because the horses fight you in other people's fights, right? Like, a horse will kick you or something. This one, it really does it. But in Radon's boss fight, he gets off of his horse for some of his combos, and the horse just gets pushed underground. Doesn't make much sense, but if the horse was supposed to do something in that animation, it makes a little bit more sense. No, you don't. That's my mimic. No, my mimic. That's my. Technically, that's a. I don't know what that would be. What would that be? That's like the most intimate thing you could probably do with someone, actually. Can you clone me, wife? Can you just duplicate me? Can you copy every fiber of my being? What? Is Theo gone too? Did everyone fall? God damn, it was just me, last man standing. To be fair, it was a summon party the first time we fought Radon, so. So he came riding out of this cave right here. At the start of the fight. They abandon their flesh and it flows downriver. When I said that it was Radon the first time I fought it, I didn't know how real I was for that. God damn. Now there's like a million lore videos on it. I'm like, oh, that shit is totally Radon. He was eating people. He's got a bunch of bones. He's like an amalgamation of bones. There's a giant too. We don't know a giant skeleton really. Actually, we do. We see them in the Noxtellan area. And the Mogwin dynasty. Oh, and that explains why he helps you.
You mustn't follow. Centrina's poison would plunge you into it. It must be me.
So he's wrong and lying, right? He just wants Saint Trina for himself, but we need answers from her. We do not want her in the way he wants her. We just want to talk to her. I need answers from Mikola, my lady, and that explains why I can't attack here. You're compelled by love. Sweet nectar. Actually, it's more than 2 arms, but it is definitely, because it's more than 2 arms, that means it's like the entire upper body. 2 arms and a head. But it's a flower. Like, clearly it's a flower. So maybe it's those flower people, right? Like, there are flower people in the base game that are running around near the Erd tree, and they bloom on the Erd tree. So this is supposed to be like the flower of death on the tree of life.
I am gone, so that I may hear. Let me be. So that I let me be.
We're straight sipping. She wants to make sure that we are thoroughly doused in love before she fucking talks to us. She's like, do you know how many people you've killed? Yes. But do the ends justify the means? It was more in self-defense, I would claim it, for my character. You get summoned here and you're like, oh, I am going, the entire world is at stake, right? You find out that the world is going to be destroyed if you don't act. So now you are doing this because it's your second cycle, you know the truth. Oh, I should have talked to Theo. For those wondering what the fuck I'm doing, it is important. You actually need to do this. But again, it furthers the theme. You must be one with death to even talk to death. Lady Death.
Grant me more of your poison, that I might drift further into sleep.
We're immortal, and death is sealed outside of time. She's not at full power. She's not whole. So she's just a head and shoulders. right? Death is sealed outside of time. This is supposed to be death, the eternal slumber lady. So there was no Glowmide Queen. If anything, again, it shows that Marika's the Glowmide Queen, because if this is death, Saint Trina birthed through Mikola, right? It would have been because of Marika, because Radagon has no purple. Radagon not sleepy. Radagon not eepy. This is Marika. So half of death is in Mikola, and the other half was stolen and sealed outside of time, because if this is death, and Marika's death, her children would have death. Melania is the life taken from death, right? Feeding off of death, which is also the Philosopher's Stone. That's why she's so important to this whole story that I'm trying to conduct. And you can't ever repair Saint Trina in this state right now because Marika ripped her in half, essentially. By birthing half of her in one person and the other half in the other. That's why Melania is jumping around. And is the dancer. She's the legs of the operation while Mikola's the head and arms.
If you should utter these cruel untruths to me again, I won't be held responsible for my actions.
So he invades you, right? Let's do it together, huh? Discover Saint Trina on your own. She is located at the end of the coffin. Yeah. After defeating the putrescent knight, you can find Saint Trina at the end of the cave. Yeah. Next to her, Pillar Path Cross. The option, tell him Saint Trina's whereabouts. After doing so, fast travel. Well, he's already here. We actually already did all this. We found a different way to do it. What the fuck? We literally didn't do it this way. This is not how we did it. He did not do this. He told us Moore mentioned the swamp and he's going down there to the sleeping lilies. Defeat this. We didn't do this. Enter the church district for the first time. We didn't do that, did we? No, because we entered down here. We didn't get there. Discover Fissure of Depths, Site of Grace. Ah, that's the one we found. Okay. But again, this isn't, we didn't even progress it like this. We found a different way. Which tells me that I'm right. Because the fucking wiki that's guiding you doesn't even have this method. He didn't say that at all on this. I'm sure it's a quote. I'm sure someone found it because it's simple. But the wiki's guide doesn't tell you. What does he say exactly? More. He mentions more in the quote, so we gotta start from the bottom. Black syrup. More. We just found a new dialogue option that literally is not listed here. How many times is that gonna happen to me? Go update the wiki, you guys. He doesn't, it's not here, there's no question, right? After the Great Rune breaks. Oh, this is what it was, right? If you haven't told him of Saint Trina's whereabouts, heading south, I've recalled something more told me. Okay, so it wasn't, they hit it in the quotes section, but not where he was talking, where they put Moore's connection to him at the bottom of the page. Someone has found it, so I'm okay with that. but also this is normally where, right? Dialogue related to Tholier. Dialogue related. So it's like, I guess it would, I'm thinking of it backwards. It would be on St. Trina's page, and it would be Tio here, and then it would show it somewhere regarding more in there. He does say it a lot, though. I'm glad we found it. I'm like, no, it has to be there. I wouldn't. It's just weird that the guide doesn't tell you to do it that way, because it was way more efficient to do it that way. Just go to this one. Just go through the graves, right? You don't need to do any of this shit. You just you go there first and discover it, then you talk to him, then he says that. Yeah. And then you could just trigger it. You could skip like all of that shit. That's why it's confusing. I'm like, you don't even need all that. I guess it's just letting you know. But then they don't include it. Anyway, going back, I want to know if I should do this. Okay, talk to Tio, who is in a lulled state nearby, St. Trina, in her cave. Pass on St. Trina's words, and then try to pass on St. Trina's words again, and this will result in him getting angry. Afterwards, either rest at the site of grace, or drink and die from St. Trina's nectar, and he'll invade. He will drop St. Trina's smile, talk to Tio again, and exhaust his dialogue. Will be available as a summon for the NPC battle in the final fight. Okay, cool. So we're about to finish this quest. I just didn't want to kill him.
Never utter these Please, I cannot believe you, and I will stand for it no longer.
He's like those guys who were salty, that like the girl they liked was asking me to make out at her birthday party. It really do be like that. You know, again, she was so drunk. Hell no. Alright, Tio. I think I needed to... oh.
For your trespass, you will know my poison.
So this is you getting St. Trina's side, like showing them through ritual combat that you are stronger and like you're knocking sense into them. Right? You don't have to kill people in the land of immortals, you can just knock sense into them. That's what my character is doing. Tio has died. No, he didn't. He's over here. They only die when they give up. He hasn't given up because he loves her. Right?
I was no good to anyone. Weak as a kitten, and thick as two planks. I suppose dying in disgrace is fitting, in a way. Tell me, assuming you spoke the truth, what did St. Trina tell you? Tell me, assuming you... what did...
That Mikola needs to die.
Mikola's prison. A caged divinity is
Oh, like America. Godhood would be their prison. Just a casual million runes on the floor right there, no worries.
Assuming you... What did...
Could I like shoot an explosive arrow in there from here and blow her up? Probably not.
How can you help me?
Of course. Alright, I'm gonna... BRB, groceries just got here, so I'm just gonna bring them in real quick. Alright, never mind, they brought him in. Okay. So Theo is done. Church of the Crusade. Did we not get the grace there? Oof. Hold on, I'm just teleporting one place real quick. I didn't grab the fucking grace. I just need to see one thing here. Also, just to confirm for everybody what I've been talking about, everybody's alive. We have the Great Moon, or the Dark Moon Great Sword, and look, Blide's right there. Right? You can just do this. And you don't have to fight him. He doesn't even care. Oh, now he does. I ran too close in front of him. So I recognize the layout of Rolana's room. And I just needed to see. And there's so much glintstone everywhere. Is there an empty space? Is there like a single empty space here? So there's a chair for everyone. And I'm gonna assume that at the head there's a missing chair. I guess not. So they gazed at the water and looked at the stars' reflections in the pool, because that's the moon gazing grounds. I should have grabbed the fucking grace again, but we're never going back there. We just needed to look at that. And that's why this is laid out like that.
Oh, hello. Did you feel it? Mikula the Kind's enchantment appears to have broken. But while my devotion to kindly Mikula remains unchanged, by my troth I am not so sure about the others. No, wait. Perhaps this is a blessing in disguise. I can wield my sword to cull the undeserving,
The undeserving.
to bask in tender Micula's presence.
That's the craziest fucking thing you could say.
Earlier.
So she's a murderer.
Right. It's time to begin ferreting out those of us who don't deserve to be at kindly Micula's side.
Make no suggestion. That is
Right.
crazy.
Us
She's just going off as we walk away from her. She's just mentioning, oh, I'm gonna kill people now.
What remains there to be said? Do you presume us allies even now? Though Micola's spell is newly broken, I must profess, the spell mattered little. Uphold his covenant, Micola shall, and in godhood redeem our rueful clan. Then Marika and vilest Erdtree both will at last be from divinity wrenched. And surely, contented, I will be.
So he's just gonna replace the fucking society with his own. Like I said, he's just replacing. He's making the Crucible Society, but he's doing it with the strength of others.
First, clear resounds the call of vengeance. The impaled
Now I understand why you were with him, though.
pay his due in vengeance for the flames. My blade I wield. How could I allow myself to forget? Revenge alone assures me peace of mind. Think not to hinder me upon my path, lest you too wish to face the reckoning.
Like, the first time I talked to him, I was like, what are you even saying, dude? You're fucking... Like, what are you talking about? I have no idea what the fuck you're talking about. Now I'm like, oh shit. She's the crazy one, and he's the alright one. But not really. Like, it's like Sins of the Father. Because all the horn scent... Again, you could tell Micola's evil. He paired these two together, right? This is the worst. These guys tortured his mother and stuffed their relatives in jars. Right? So, they might be wronged by America, but they're also crazy. And then you go to this person, right? And then you know she's crazy because he's loyal to Micola. He's like, I don't care. He's just doing it to, like, you know, stop America. We get our vengeance finally, right? Like, so he's actually with Micola, but she's like, nah, I don't trust them. Let's kill them. Who should we kill first? Tio, who's loyal to Saint Trina, not Micola, or Hornsent, who might be not loyal to America. Like, she's just saying they're not worthy to stand in the presence of Micola. She's not even giving them that much credit. She's like, they don't even deserve to be alive. So she's just fucking crazy. Like, I'm giving her too much credit. The shit she said is literally just that, well, they have to die. Like, she's insane. That's why I say I'm not going to kill any of them. He seems fine, right? And that's why you don't help them on their journey. How many people can you help survive, right? He doesn't want to stop fighting Mesmer. You can summon him to show, like, I'm fighting Mesmer too, right? Like, I'm gonna do the same thing that you think Micola's gonna do. So maybe he could just fuck off and not join the fight. She's crazy. Let's check for a path down to the Bonnie Village. This is a different burned area by Mesmer and his troops. The Black Knight. That's Mesmer's army. Shadow Tree fragment at the base of a America statue with her head broken off. I have questions. Hello. Square the fuck up. You brought a fucking fist to a sword fight, my friend. Not the wisest decision. My controller just decided to stop working. I don't know why. I'm going to unplug it and plug it back in. It was like in the loading screen, I guess. It just stopped working. Hold on. There we go. What the fuck? It's just moving back and forth like this. I abandon here the flesh of my body. So he keeps abandoning his flesh. And Saint Trina, his flesh is the Shadow Tree fragment. So it's like hewn into the Erd Tree, hewn into the Shadow Tree. Is everybody. But yeah, isn't there like a hole in the ground or something over here? The fuck was that sound? You okay? That was an answer. Oh, I'm dead. I somehow managed to find the quickest way to the bottom. Through all of the platforms, I skillfully glided by all of them. They managed to block the whole path, and I still somehow found a way to do it. I fell in like a corkscrew trajectory and fucking died. Well... Shattered stone talisman. Yeah, that looks pretty death. Looking for anything to jump on. Maybe that roof right there. Maybe that's not the hole, because I know that there is one that has a jump down, but I guess that's not it. I think it's like behind a grace or something, so. Well. Nah. That's still death, right? Well, I guess not. All of those deaths were me looking for a fucking thing to land on by looking up. I was like, oh, actually that looks like you can land on it. Try a ranged battle. Just lock on. Our first crucible enemies. Be wary of pack. Three man? I don't even know. I think Bonnie Village is down below. Grace ahead. I sure hope there is. Secret tunnel. What a thrill. The darkness and silence through the night. What a thrill. I'm trying to sing as bad as possible. The ladder's just gone. That's what I mean by like visual culling. Like it's dithering, but it's like being culled by the camera because it's too close. You're the potentate, actually. You need to go. Ew. I feel like I saw a little too much of him right there. Like I didn't need to see all that. Don't get that guy a bigger loincloth. I'm looking for any lore. Liar ahead. Human bone shard. So there were humans. Ghost dogs. All dogs go to heaven. You can't fool me. Are those jars up there gear? Like, can you crack those? No. This would be the perfect place to hide one of those things. Damn, the bell bearings from the jars are a little sad now. Tooth whip. Whip bestrewn with rotting, misshapen teeth, filthy and seething with disease. The teeth are embedded in the whip and dose the victim with deadly poison upon each strike. As the wounds ripen, they grow inflamed and ooze pus. The flesh of shamans was said to meld harmoniously with others. Oh fuck. I don't know what this feeling is. I feel like the only fucking person who could potentially actually be the Elden Lord now. Finding out there's a 7th ending, and I'm like, well, I'm the only one who knows the lore because all of the Vati videos in the lore community think that the Empyreans were gods. The Empyreans were lie. I want to say everybody, but goddamn, all of the videos I've seen, I'm like, you guys, the DLC doesn't, it tells you that she's lying. Like, I had to think about it. It upset me so much that it led me down a path to analyze the lore myself. Fuck. I forgot. You're supposed to, like, kill somebody for that, right? Fire. Oh. A type of jar cannon used to fire great bolts, a masterwork of spell mechanist Rabith. The power of the glint stones that encircled the barrel imbued bolts with magic damage and guide shots towards their target. Oh, so the Noxtellans, the Nox, the dark people, they're the ones who did this shit. Would have been nice. What's the music for? Illidan Storm Rage. We're entering the Black Keep from the sewers. Where am I? Oh yeah, you're supposed to go over there, right? There's like a puzzle, a jump puzzle you're supposed to do over here before you lower the waters, because then you can't do it. There's something in the water. Woo! Since times of old, large gloveworts were used to comfort heroic spirits, given in tribute to those who died the most glorious of deaths, and hoped their stories would become legends. So this is just... We're just gonna teleport back. Yikes! That shit just fucking neuralized me. I had no idea what I was saying a second ago. I was like, oh cool, that's horrifying. Those things that I fight all the time and they break terrain, it's floating right below this little platform I'm standing on. I'm like, all it has to do is just to move around real quick. And then I'm fucking dead. What's your power? Oh, Mesmer Flame. So that guy probably killed all the people of this flooded, like, area. So if it's flooded... why would it be flooded? I can't open the map, which is a little horrific, but... It's like that Erdtree spirit has seen you. So that means... water has been poured into Mesmer's keep. So somebody found a way to defeat him. Or just hold him back. Lightning proof pickled liver, so they were worshippers of lightning in this place. Or fought versus lightning. Queen America, mother to us all. What the fuck? What? What the fuck? I did not get this in my first playthrough. What the fuck? Pardon me? You can only give either the Iris of Grace or Iris of Occultation. It will only give you one reward. Once he has invaded in one of his two given locations, he may not appear in the other location until he has been defeated once. If he invades but is not defeated in Ballarat, he will not invade at the Church of the Crusader until he is defeated in Ballarat and vice versa. A Knight's Last Wish. Fire Knight Quayline. I just put my controller down, but I didn't want to kill him. His first encounter as an NPC invader. Yeah. Prayer Room and Ash of War Flames. Wait, what? Oh, yeah. Okay. The Prayer Room key is the item. Yep. Once you have the key and are ready to start exploring the Shadow Keep, a massive legacy dungeon divided into 3 sections. The main plaza, church district, and specimen storehouse. Don't like that phrasing. Fire Knight, let's see what they consider specimens. A Fire Knight Quayline is located in the prayer room of the church district. When you finally meet him in the flesh, you have a choice to give him an item in exchange for either a weapon or spirit ash. Iris of Grace gives you the spirit ash. It's a fucking great sword, no wonder. And aspiring to become a second impaler. Ashen remains in which spirits yet dwell, used to summon the Fire Knight. So I could just fucking leave him here and he's alive. We'll give him grace. Actually, let's see. I wonder if that did anything. All shall be forgiven in our new order. Does Mikola mention forgiveness in their order? I feel like that's kind of a big important thing, huh? Rune of an unsung hero. Golden remnants of the grace bestowed upon heroes who fell in the realm of shadows. The great heroes of the war were richly blessed by the grace of the Erd Tree, but were not honored in death. Because they weren't buried. Necessary item ahead. Were you pointing? Oh yeah, you have to jump on his hand to get one of the spirit ashes. Or her hand, I think it's a America statue. Oh, that makes sense. If the Horn Center is still here, they would break the heads off America statues. Jesus fucking Christ. I love being a game designer. Okay, Resident Evil. Shortcut. And where the fuck are we going? Where the fuck are we going? Ah, the specimens are the horn scent? That's fucked up. Oh, these are ancient stone tablets instead of scrolls. So this is like older Library of Alexandria kind of shit. Explains why it was burned, the burning of the Library of Alexandria. Oh shit. I'm gonna die. Whoa. I have a lot of projectiles to deal with. Oh, it's like the antlers boss, the remembrance boss. There's a secret scroll hidden somewhere in here that we have to find and give to Ansbach. Oh, fuck. Uh-oh. What was he protecting over there? Jack shit. blessed bone shard. I think he's at like the bottom of the tower. Is this going down or up? Fuck. I think I'm going too far up. I might have to go all the way back down to the tower because I skipped a bunch of shit that I want to do. I think that's the quest item down there. Oh, fuck. You can't out move that. I rolled as fast as I could to dodge his thing to make that in time, but it still got me. Well, there goes like a million runes. But I don't want to go back that way. I don't know where the fuck the scroll is the problem. No. I was about to ask why there's so many bats here, and then I noticed that the gargoyles are bats upside down. So this was some sort of bat Noxtellan tower. I think that's it right there, to the bottom right. Nerd. Not so tough anymore when I don't, you know, have to put up with no heals. This? Fuck me. Okay, so this is the top. There's nothing above. It has to be down below us somewhere. Hans block is on the first floor. We need to get it to him, so I would probably assume it's on one of the upper floors. They said it's behind a fucking They said it was on a corpse behind a bookshelf. After you kill a person like that. So I'm like, oh, fuck. Didn't expect futility. Fuck, is this really nothing over here? The problem is I remember seeing the picture and it has to be close to the edge. Like, where the fuck is it? Not that. It's down below us directly. We gotta get lower. I'm shooting at us. Okay, well, we needed to go down. No shortcut ahead. Okay. The fuck was that? Oh, the brace of the halig tree. Elphael, brace of the halig tree. That's why it's a frame, and then it's grown through. The halig tree's around. Elphael is this big place. It's not called the halig tree. It's actually Elphael. This is Miquella's halig tree that you use to get there. Oh. And we know the truth. A prayer to America. To get to the shaman village, her hometown. Festive Greece. Coats, armaments. The delightful festival is an old tradition, one old enough for the Erd tree to tacitly tolerate its endurance. So all of these flowers of different kinds and colors and the gold make more sense now. And why the Erd tree tolerates this pagan ritual, because it's a little reminder of home for her. Yo, what? Okay, well, you could just literally... One of the strongest tree sentinels that they could place scaling-wise here in the DLC, guarding America's home. Damn. there really another one riding up right now? Actually, I think there's someone we're supposed to go talk to. I think we were supposed to summon someone from that, but it's okay. Summons don't typically... Okay, they have a Blessing of America as well. You just lost one, giving it away to the guy. Wait a minute, wait a minute, wait a minute. Leave and discard are different. I think if I leave the grace item there... I always wanted an item interaction like that, right? Like, I don't think that's gonna do anything for that guy, but it would be cool. This is the Golden Shaman Village. Oh, and there were doves too. The alchemical imagery doesn't stop. So this is the Shaman Village. So this was the era that America comes from. So anything before this would be Glomite Queen Malekith era. Motherfucker, my goddamn controller died. So this frail woman must be an Albinoric, and explains why America's hair starts gold. A braid of golden hair cut loose, Queen America's offering to the Grand Mother. Not the Glomite Queen, by the way, the Grand Mother. Boosts holy damage negation by the utmost. What was her prayer, her wish, her confession? There is no one left to answer, and America never returned home again. And you can actually see what I'm talking about. The gold that is weaved into this hair doesn't extend to the tips. If you look at the top end and the very bottom end, it is albinoric colored silver hair, the same as the shaman women stuffed in the jars, right? And there's even like a golden halo ring around this, so it's like she still has a rune. Are you serious? My fucking controller died again while I'm reading the... It's not even dying. I don't even know what to call it. It's not disconnecting because it's plugged in and the light's on. What is happening right now? Okay. There we go. Well, if he wants to be a second impaler, wouldn't it make sense to give him one of those? Okay, real quick. I mean, well, the worst that could happen is we lose an item that we weren't going to use anyway. Oh, I ran out of stamina at the worst possible time. There really no other fucking grace?
Queen Marika, take not. Queen Marika, take not for.
You never know. Actually, if it were going by the logic of Sparkly the Crow, you would leave and then load back the game. Because that's how Sparkly the Crow takes items. You have to drop it in her place, leave, come back. So if it were to possibly work like that, this would do something, but I don't think it will. It just would be funny. And my controller died. Like the loading screens or something are cursed, I swear.
Queen Marika, take not.
I know it prompts you with item interactions, but it would have been funny for a third. Before we go too far now. Let's kill Hippopotamus Man. I'm dead. No. That and it's moving my corpse around. My mimic tier does not know how to use the bloody slash. If we just spam bloody slash, we'd win. It's the fact that my mimic tier just kind of sat there getting their ass kicked, and my fucking controller died. No wonder. I was trying to heal, and it felt like it didn't heal when I pressed it, and I was like, okay, well, that sucks. Okay. Did he just break the game? God. Can kill gods in one shot, but the hippopotamus can't kill. Actually, to be fair, the controller died. I wouldn't have blamed it on that if right after the loading screen my character wasn't just standing completely still as I was pressing buttons. Like, what the fuck? Thank you for doing damage. Holy fuck. The one time they slash is right when I need them to. Thank you, Mimic. So what, the hippo's supposed to be where like the water meets the sun, right? Like a strong aquatic creature. Are you fucking serious with this goddamn controller? What is happening? I'm pressing buttons. There we go. That's what keeps getting me fucking killed. The controller just decides to stop every couple seconds. I don't know why. We have not been abandoned. Mesmer is the son of Queen Merica. Her grace would never abandon her own flesh and blood. You see, and this is one of the Black Knights. Such a thing is utterly inconceivable. We have not been abandoned. Mesmer is the son of Queen Merica. Her grace would never abandon her own flesh and blood. But they have been abandoned, right? They can't believe it, and they're purging. They're killing people. It's again, because if anyone that participated in this would be... Jesus fucking Christ. Anyone that... They like sent me flying up the stairs. In the crusade, if you were part of the crusade, you know the secrets. Ooh, 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 ooh. Golden Vow. Fragment. Talisman of Lord's Bestowal. So this is probably... remnants from the age of Horaloo. A talisman depicting Horaloo, or Godfrey, first Elden Lord, receiving the precious sap. Increases poise after using a flask of tears. The Lord accepted the sap stoically, without any sign of wavering. No wonder Lord of the Erd Tree casts a long shadow over the land. So there's Golden Grace here. Do these guys have horns? No. Not a single horn anywhere, but I do notice crowns. Shortcut? Mistakes. Pretty sure there's a site of grace around here. Okay, so boats full of people being burned, very Viking funeral, but they're full of the ashes, right, of the dead. So that is telling you, right, that those pyres outside are gold because they're burning the dead. That's the significance there. I think that's actually Mesmer's castle right up there. The fuck? They didn't go away. That's a new one. So you can go up there and you can summon Ansbach and Lita. I'm sorry, you can help Ansbach against Lita, or you can help Lita against Ansbach. And get some treasure. But if I'm trying to keep people alive for as long as possible, it's best to not invade. Wait. If I kill Lita now, that like allows so many people to die, but then you kill her. Like that's the whole point, is you're trying not to build a kingdom on blood. Oh shit. Trying to let everyone live as long as possible and then defend yourself. And that again, it goes with the whole, they want you to see every design of all of the bosses. So that's so that you can encounter the final PvP boss. Ah? Fuck. Cool. Not as cool. Oh. Wow, it really was an invisible wall? Okay, let's see if this takes us to some sort of Ainsel River-like underground nighttime society. I actually don't know where the fuck this coffin takes you. But if it's anywhere... Well, it looks like we're going down, but if it's anywhere that are like the catacombs in base game, or it could be a solar one because they had lions in their catacombs, so let's see if there's like... Okay, definitely catacombs of some sort. Oh, that reminded me of, it reminded me of, the Abyss Watcher's boss room. Where are we? Oh, we made it to, like, the rotten area. So these are the ruins of Unte, or Unt, I don't know. Lost Ashes of War. Oh fuck. Alright, well. We got the fire thing out of the way. Sorcery of the Inquisitors of the Tower. Wielded as an incantation of the spiral, a swing of the arm releases a giant golden arc. Charging enhances potency. The arc resembles the barb, a known symbol of coercive questioning. So these were the people that eventually led to Rykard. Stone-sheathed sword. Pretty sure you use that to make like a legendary weapon. Kinda wanna see what's in here real quick. Lore, Mesmer's Flame, okay. So before there were the Inquisitors of Mesmer and Riker, there were the guys with the spiral who we fight all the time. And we know that Inquisitors are not the nicest people, especially if your symbol is the thorn. You're probably a thorn in everyone's side. So bad causing bad. Ooh, we're gonna go to the madness, I think. Oh. Before we do that, I was like, where's the Church of Manus? When are we supposed to get there? I just made a wrong turn into the keep. We'll get there and then we'll do a BRB. Yeah, okay, well. I actually wouldn't be surprised if that's where it wanted me to go. Oh, we're jumping as they're doing that. That's a stupid fucking play, but whatever. Oh, it's so that you can craft. I see. It's to kill that thing. That's actually the only reason that's there. So Ronnie's civilization. That she is the heir to of Night and Noxtella is over here as well. Because it was all together in one giant society. That's why you have so many questions, obviously. Like, if it's everywhere, and you're like, oh my god, they're everywhere. Oh my, are you serious with this fucking goddamn controller? I'm using the mouse and keyboard. I'm like, whatever, fine. We'll play mouse and keyboard if that's what you want. The moon, the water, the churches of Manus. I think we get invaded and we again have to prove that we are strong. And then they side with us. So we gotta get invaded first. Come on, are you seriously not gonna work right now? We're fighting a boss. The least we can do. Alright, we're not fighting a boss. We gotta talk to him first. Do their quest line.
Well, we don't often receive visitors. I am Emir. Welcome to Manus Meta. It is a pleasure to have you. In lands so forsaken as these, chance encounters are precious indeed. Seeing that we have convened here on this day, allow me to mark the occasion with a modest offering.
Damn. Like it's the fucking end of the world. You don't see someone too often. Map to old ruins received.
The map I gave you charts the site of a hallowed ruin. It is said that after sounding the hanging bell there, one's fate will be guided by the stars. I only wish to be of service, to help those who fight for their purpose. I'm not mistaken, am I? I can see it in your eyes. You are a fighter, are you not? Is something the matter? I've given you a map to the hallowed ruin. Oh, I suppose you expect a lesson of me, do you? I know the feeling. Those with purpose are nothing if not ravenous. For power. For truth.
I do like truth. Carrion failing, so he's a carrion sorcerer. Royal family. One of the sorcerers of the... Wait, what? One of the sorceries of the carrion royal family. So he's some sort of astrologer royal. The moon and the stars would one day go their separate ways. This was the Carrion royal family's secret means to prepare against the disloyalty of the Academy. What? Used to conceal oneself in a glintstone haze, reappearing after a few seconds have passed. Directional inputs determine where one will reappear. Wait, what the fuck? Miriam's vanishing. The curator of the study hall was much a master of this sorcery that it now bears her name. So this guy had to have been part of...
You wouldn't want to hurt the little boy.
They're talking about the fingers that are running around. So yeah, the era of Radagon and Marika, all of the ancestors, people knowing in Lindell about this sacred place that was sealed away, all makes sense now. If the Carrion royal family was around to construct this cathedral in this land, and it's supposed to be a big old ring, of course they're gonna... The people who look for the truth are gonna lose their minds, become blood knights. We're actually supposed to go here. Then I think there's a girl. Yep.
Why, you poor thing. Another bad dream, Yuri. Put that rotten thing out of your mind. That tangled mess can't hurt you.
I've no interest in small talk. My only concerns are the concerns of Count Emir, and you are not among them. Only, there is one thing I will say. Count Emir's kindness is a gift. Should you cross him, you will sorely regret it. Begone. There is nothing more to say. There is nothing.
Yeah, he's got the little finger creeps.
Here to squeeze another lesson. I am a glintstone sorcerer. We study the stars and examine the life therein. Are you
familiar with our findings? Long ago, we began as stardust, born of a great rupture far across the skies. We, too, are children of the greater will. Is that not divine? Is that not sublime? And yet, none can fathom its implications. Its utter...
It means that we're all Empyreans, and any of us can become gods.
You lie. Well, I hope that she behaved, at least. The poor girl has overcome grave misfortune. Her tongue can be sharp at the best of times, but don't think that makes her a bad person. It's no surprise her little sister, too, has a heart of gold. Is something to squeeze?
So it's like they might be in darkness and the dark, pitch black looking society, but they're not the bad ones. As I kick a skull. Maybe one more rest and then talk to her. Nothing more to say?
There is nothing.
Lesson?
Is something here to squeeze?
We kind of did everything we need to right now. I might call it today. And then I'm not going to stream for the next couple days and actually design something. I know. But then when we get back, the training arc. Actually, no. Tomorrow I will continue. We will just do a full day of Radagon on level 1 playthrough. And pray that we get it. And then... afterwards, we'll continue this DLC thing eventually. I do think I know the secret path. It's just such a convoluted, like, you have to understand the lore, and then each character has their own specific thing. Again, there's certain characters on the wiki that it just tells you a quest, but when you go down to the comments, it's like, oh, actually, I did so-and-so, and this person actually lived. So that's kind of what I'm going off of. A connection to that. But the fact that all of it is working in the order we're trying to do it, and it's also tying together a new story of Elden Ring, of like, America has lied and this giant land is incomplete and needs to be made whole with your journey through the Shadowlands, so you need to do this, right? It kind of starts to make sense. And you wouldn't be certain that Melania is betrayed by Mikola until you finish this. I might have the maidens thing backwards. They probably have to die because they're spirits. They're already dead. And if the point is accepting death, then of course the girls who are already dead, they want you to allow them to pass on. That's what I think. But I'm not sure. Because I think we all might be dead, so then it applies to everyone. I think it might be better to just let everybody live and try to do that ending of like, everybody lives, right? We do a good ending of the absolute order and everybody lives. But that's only a maybe if we can get that far. But so far, everything's going good. I'm gonna call it here. GG, everyone.